Chapter 21:17. Young Master Jiang Qin, even if I die, I will die standing, I will never give in. Jiang Xinxin raised her head and looked at the sky, feeling disheartened. 3,000 worlds, 10,000 years of cultivation, all gone in one day. It's not easy to cultivate, how can you be so willful? Die just like that? Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of playfulness, reverberating in Jiang Xinxin's ears. At that moment, the three Jiang siblings trembled. They were saved. Who? Who are you trying to fool? Quickly come out and greet the most handsome immortal sovereign. Li Shuai shouted in a deep voice. His face was incomparably gloomy because he always liked to control other people's lives in his hands. Moreover, this was the first time he encountered such a situation where the other party couldn't even detect it. At this moment, he was also a little suspicious. Jiang Xinxin was extremely happy. He finally appeared at the most crucial moment. She once imagined that one day, she would be rescued from the hands of her enemies by a prince with wings that could shake the heavens. Although Jiang Qin did not have such a great ability, in this divine tomb where even the divine soul of a divine king could not fly, the fact that Jiang Qin could appear was already the arrangement of the heavens. In her heart, Jiang Qin was invincible, he was invincible. As long as he was here, everything would be peaceful and calm. Handsome my ass. You're still too young to compete with me in terms of handsomeness. Jiang Qin appeared out of nowhere, just like the nine nether. Li Shuai's expression became serious. This person in front of him seemed to have some ability, but his strength was really ridiculous. Ha ha ha, 8th grade immortal sovereign. Are you here to be funny? You want to snatch my woman away with just you? I, the most handsome immortal sovereign, have braved the wind and waves, pointing my sword at the divine world. I've never met a worthy opponent. Today, you might not even be worthy for me to take action. 8th grade immortal sovereign, he he he. How long do you think you can survive in this divine tomb? Trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. In my opinion, you're just a coward. Li Shuai said proudly. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was a complete idiot, an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Wasn't he seeking his own death by fighting against a 9th grade immortal sovereign like him? Kid, since you want to become a hero, I'll fulfill your wish. At the same time, you should also understand this principle. Before your strength reaches a level where you can look down on the world, don't act so pretentiously. Because the price of doing so might not be something you can bear. Li Shuai was bossy and arrogant. Indeed, in his eyes, there was no one worthy of respect, because he had overcome so many obstacles along the way. Even a late heavenly god's soul was nothing to him. He would still kill them without hesitation. There's no point in talking more. I've always been a magnanimous person. I can accept others showing off, but I just can't accept others showing off more than me. Jiang Qin sneered. Their gazes met and a resplendent radiance erupted from them. The two of them were locked in a deadlock and neither of them was willing to take a step back. A terrifying collision was unavoidable. Young Master Jiang Qin, be careful. He's very powerful. Jiang Xinxin said worriedly. There was a trace of nervousness on her beautiful face. Now that she was tied up by the immortal binding rope, she couldn't do anything at all. The Empress is so elegant and peerless. Of course, she's a match for a hero like me. Ha ha ha. Immortal binding rope, come. Li Shuai waved his hand. Jiang Xinxin flew up into the void and went straight towards Li Shuai. Go. Jiang Qin sneered. The Zulong Tower instantly sucked Jiang Xinxin into it. Instantly, Jiang Xinxin's expression changed drastically. Because she didn't know what kind of space she was in, but she could clearly see everything around her, including Jiang Qin. Where did you take him to? Li Shuai looked at Jiang Qin in shock and shouted. Dead people don't need to know these things. Jiang Chen Lang smiled and stood up with his sword. The heavenly dragon sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sword pointed at the void, breaking through the wind and waves. The sword momentum was unparalleled. Boy, if anything happens to my empress, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Li Shuai did not hold back. His palm moved like thunder, splitting a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but it was enough to kill an ordinary ninth-grade immortal sovereign. However, how could an ordinary person be compared to Jiang Qin? His figure flashed and dodged Li Shuai's attack. The mountain range behind him was completely split apart and turned into dust, causing the Jiang brothers to be dumbfounded. You're indeed quite capable. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Chen pointed at the sky with his sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared. The terrifying sword momentum of the heavenly dragon sword forced Li Shuai to retreat inch by inch. It was difficult for him to resist. Jiang Chen's terrifying momentum pointed at the sky. It was already unstoppable. Li Shuai had underestimated his enemy, causing him to suffer a great loss. After being hit by Jiang Chen's sword, Li Shuai retreated with an ugly expression. Ever since he became invincible in the immortal world, he was unstoppable in the divine tomb. He had never suffered such a loss before. How could Li Shuai feel good at this moment? You've completely infuriated me. Boy, it seems that if I don't show my true strength, it'll be a little difficult to kill you. Li Shuai slowly took out a golden spear. The spear's radiance pierced through the sky. It looked like a real extreme Dao weapon. Good timing. Let's see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword. His footwork was exquisite. Even if he could not fly directly to the sky, his sword momentum was boundless. The heavenly dragon sword's terror and sharpness were not something that ordinary people could withstand. Torrential purple golden spear. This is my life divine weapon. It was created by the essence of the earth. You can be proud to die under my torrential purple golden spear, even in the underworld. I've been unstoppable all my life. My talent is unparalleled. In this world, I'm the #1 genius. You're doomed to die without a burial place after fighting with me. But unfortunately, you don't have a divine spark. Once you die, it'll be over. Ha ha ha. Eat my spear. Li Shuai wielded his spear and stirred up the wind and clouds. The two of them instantly became a series of residual shadows. It had to be said that Li Shuai was indeed powerful. If he did not underestimate Jiang Qin before the fight, he would not be easily forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. He definitely had his own strength to be able to look down on the divine tomb. Interesting. You're quite good at boasting, but I wonder how capable your subordinates are. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Even if you're a genius in the myriad world, you can only sigh because I specialize in killing geniuses. Chapter 21:18. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, slashing the stars and shattering the void. The surrounding air even solidified. Li Shuai's torrential purplish golden spear did not hesitate at all. Layers of spear shadows appeared, shocking people's hearts. As the sword light and spear shadows clashed, the spectators were incomparably shocked. The 9th-grade immortal sovereign who was fighting with heavenly god Mo Yen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect this 8th-grade immortal sovereign to be so powerful. What kind of figure was Li Shuai? He was an outstanding figure among the immortal sovereigns of the myriad worlds. Countless immortal worlds had fallen into his hands. Moreover, he had crushed them effortlessly. His strength was not inferior to a void god expert. 9th-grade immortal sovereigns were not his match at all. Otherwise, how could Li Shuai gather so many super-immortal sovereigns around him? Strength was one thing, Li Shuai's heroic spirit reached the clouds, saying that he could bring them into the divine world and defeated many heavenly god-divine souls. In their eyes, this most handsome immortal emperor was even more arrogant and fearless than the heavenly gods. There were countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns that entered the divine tomb, but none of them had ever seen an eighth-grade immortal sovereign. Moreover, this eighth-grade immortal sovereign was able to go toe-to-toe with the most handsome immortal sovereign. The battle between the two was incomparably terrifying, but also very exciting. As a true peerless genius among the immortal sovereigns, even Li Shuai could not tolerate the fact that someone was on par with him. Moreover, this person's strength was weaker than him. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. Clang! The spear's shadow turned into a sky full of feathers, cutting through the sky. At this moment, Li Shuai's expression became serious. This was one of his trump cards. It was absolutely invincible. An ordinary ninth-grade immortal sovereign would have already been killed by the feathers in the sky full of feathers. Phantom Divine Spear, slash the heavens and destroy the earth. Li Shuai roared. The torrential violet golden spear slashed through the void. Most importantly, Li Shuai was flying. This was unbelievable to everyone. Everyone knew that flying was not allowed in the divine tomb due to the laws of the heavens and earth. However, he was standing in the sky. The spear's shadow slashed through the sky and surrounded Jiang Qin completely. He can actually fly. Oh no, I'm afraid young Master Jiang Qin has really met his match this time. Jiang Zhiren said with an ugly expression. Yeah, this is a battle between geniuses. Hee, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach such a level in our lifetime. The battle between geniuses and monstrous geniuses is destined to shock the world. At this moment, Li Shuai seems to have the upper hand. Jiang Zhijuan said. His eyes were filled with envy, but there was no trace of jealousy. Because he knew that it was impossible for him to resist. Boss can actually fly. Ha, I didn't know that until now. What else can this guy use to fight boss? He's just overestimating himself. Big Brother is an immortal emperor of the myriad world. No one can stop him. Even void god experts are nothing to him. I have already predicted that Big Brother might ignore the laws of the divine tomb. No, this isn't disregard. Boss can only fly through the air for a short period of time because the illusory wings on his back are formed from energy. This should be some kind of secret art. The consumption is definitely not small. Even if it's a secret art, it's not something that an arrogant person can compare with. Many people were mocking and ridiculing. Looking at the battle between Li Shuai and Jiang Qin, everyone felt that Jiang Qin would definitely lose. Master, I believe that this guy is definitely not your match. Although Heavenly God Mo Yen was forced to retreat step by step, at least he was still able to stabilize the situation. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Qin. Flying through the air. Even so, you still can't do it. Jiang Qin sneered. He had already seen through all of Li Shuai's attacks. The great divination art had already seen through Li Shuai's battle trajectory. Li Shuai's every move was imprinted in Jiang Qin's mind. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Go! Jiang Qin covered the sky with one hand. As soon as the law of the 5 elements appeared, it covered the sun and the sky. The dragon seal filled the entire sky. Even Li Shuai, who was already prepared, was shocked. The illusory divine spear was easily dodged by Jiang Qin. As if he could predict the future, the 5 elements combat dragon seal swept across the sky and crushed down. Even if he was on the ground with a horizontal blade, Jiang Qin was still not afraid. The 5 elements combat dragon seal turned into an illusory shadow and fell from the sky. Li Shuai's spear was pushed back by the combat dragon seal and his face was extremely ugly. This attack was from a higher position, but the illusory divine spear was still unable to injure Jiang Qin. On the contrary, he was tricked by him. However, the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal still made Li Shuai's heart palpitate. This guy is so terrifying. He even dodged it. Isn't it incredible? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. What can we do if we don't believe it? I feel that boss and this guy have a 50% chance of winning. That's impossible. Boss will never lose. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen looked down on the world and pointed his sword at Li Shuai. This most handsome immortal emperor still had some ability. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that you still can't defeat me. The 5 elements combat dragon seal forced Li Shuai to retreat, but it also made him reevaluate Jiang Chen. This guy's terror was definitely not inferior to him. So, if he still underestimated his opponent, it would be really difficult for him to be invincible. If you think that you will win just like this, then I can only say that you are too arrogant. However, you are worthy of my attention. Even if you die, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Li Shuai stood in the sky, high above the void, as if the entire divine tomb was in his hands. Li Shuai's strength was really impressive. 9 revolutions Overlord Spear. First revolution, wind and cloud 9 heavens shakes. The light of the spear was unparalleled, piercing through the heaven and earth. Li Shuai was like an ancient god of war, standing proudly in the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally, not panicking in the face of danger. His heavenly dragon sword also burst out a terrifying momentum. Unity of dragon and sword. Second revolution, holding sky exterminating all saints. No matter how evil you are, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen unity of dragon and sword. The heavenly dragon sword was him, and he was the heavenly dragon sword. He swept across the universe, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The sword destroyed the spear, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty. Every time Li Shuai's terrifying attack was blocked by Jiang Chen. It could be said that one sword could fight against millions of masters. Third revolution, forbidden storm rises. Fourth revolution, 8th revolution, 10,000 spear exterminating strike. Look at my 9th revolution, 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift. Li Shuai's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were wide open in anger. The 9th revolution of the Overlord Spear was indeed disdainful of the world. Jiang Chen looked dignified, and the great void technique shuttled through the void. Even in the divine tomb, there was no hesitation. No one could stop this secret technique of the void. He stepped in the void, holding his sword, and stood proudly like the Lord of the 9 heavens. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, reaching heaven in 1 step. Jiang Chen roared. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step was stronger than the previous. The void cracked inch by inch, the wind rolled, and the thunder was deafening. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps stirred up the universe with each step. Even the 9 revolutions Overlord Spear was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Li Shuai's aura was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's last step broke through the void and sent Li Shuai flying. The torrential purple golden spear in Li Shuai's hand was completely shattered. Chapter 21:19. Puff, a stream of blood spurted out. Li Shuai's body and all the meridians in his body were crushed by Jiang Chen's step. Even his weapon was not spared. If Li Shuai did not use up all of his immortal strength to protect his heart meridian, he would have completely vanished into thin air. Li Shuai was completely defeated. He was utterly defeated, without any suspense. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps completely suppressed Li Shuai's 9 revolutions Overlord Spear. Even the rainstorm purple golden spear created by the Mother Earth essence could not escape the fate of destruction. Sooner or later, I will come back to find you. Jiang Chen, I will not rest until you die. Li Shuai's voice reverberated between the foothills. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul was completely suppressed by more than a dozen immortal emperors and his soul was almost destroyed. Get lost! Jiang Chen shouted angrily and swept his sword across. More than a dozen immortal emperors could not withstand the power of this sword. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Xinxin's heart trembled when she saw this scene. This is what it means to be invincible. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was enough to soar to the 9 heavens. Even Li Shuai, a peerless genius who claimed to be an immortal emperor of all worlds, was defeated by Jiang Qin. Don't kill us, we are all innocent. Yes, we were all kidnapped by the most handsome immortal emperor. We did not do it willingly. I beg you, immortal sovereign Jiang Qin. I'm sure a peerless figure like you won't be calculated with us, right? All of them knelt down. They knew very well that Jiang Qin had the absolute power to decide their life and death. If I did not appear, Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul would vanish into thin air, and the 3 of them would be either dead or captured, right? Jiang Qin stared at everyone. Everyone fell into silence because what Jiang Qin said was an indisputable fact. We are innocent, please let us go. Jiang Qin shook his head. I also feel sorry for all of you. You've cultivated for millions of years, but your cultivation was destroyed in a single day. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for not understanding the situation. There is no medicine for regret in this world, so all of you must die. Jiang Chen was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If it wasn't because he was strong enough, why would these fellows kneel down and compromise? In the end, he still followed that so-called most handsome immortal emperor and bullied the weak. Let's go all out. We're going to die either way. If we go all out against him, we might still have a chance to live. That's right. We can't just sit and wait for death. The eyes of the immortal emperors were burning with anger. Jiang Chen had already decided their life and death. Therefore, at this moment, they couldn't just wait to be captured. They had to fight with their lives on the line, only then would they have a chance to survive. He's just putting up a desperate struggle. Jiang Chen said faintly. The heavenly dragon sword swept across the area. More than a dozen 9th-grade immortal sovereigns could not even withstand a single attack from Jiang Qin. All of them were killed. The current him could even fight against a late void god. More than 10 arrogant and conceited immortal emperors vanished into thin air at this moment. Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul was also extremely weak, as if it was going to vanish soon. Master, I might vanish completely. Mo Yan is already satisfied to be able to see such a terrifying side of Master. It's a pity that I can't accompany Master to conquer the divine world. It's a pity that my divine soul is about to be extinguished. Don't worry. I will definitely kill that Li Shuai and avenge you. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master. After Heavenly God Mo Yan finished his words, he turned into a shadow and disappeared among the divine wood. A divine spark slowly fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and held the divine spark in his hand tightly. His killing intent was like a rainbow. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and Jiang Xinxin was released from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Zhijuan and his brother were extremely surprised. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for saving our lives. Don't mention it. Since you guys are following me, I will not just stand by and watch. The divine tomb is filled with dangers. We still need to rush to the exit of the divine tomb in the extreme north. Only by walking out of the divine tomb can we be qualified to enter the immortal world. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The 4 of them rested for half a day. Then, Jiang Chen brought the 3 siblings and rushed to the north again. In 5 days, Jiang Chen had saved nearly 179th-grade immortal sovereigns along the way. All of them were restrained by these late heavenly god divine souls and could hardly do anything. Jiang Chen naturally knew that it was not easy to cultivate to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. He had long wanted to form a powerful force to fight against the divine souls in the divine tomb. Only by combining their strength could they be invincible. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, these people became stronger and stronger. After all, no one wanted to be alone in the divine tomb and be captured by these divine souls. Moreover, these people even formed an alliance called the Sword God Alliance. Jiang Chen naturally became the leader of the Sword God Alliance. In 10 days' time, the entire western region of the divine tomb was swept by Jiang Chen. Dozens of early divine king divine souls were also killed by Jiang Chen. The Sword God Alliance suddenly became a new force. In 10 days' time, they had grown to more than 800 people. At the same time, there were two major alliances in the eastern region. One was the Overlord Alliance. The other was the Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. In the central region, there was also the Heavenly God Alliance. And the Battle Alliance. This time, the Divine Tomb seemed to be quite exciting. Although the Divine Tomb was far away, the news still spread to every corner of the Divine Tomb. Because everyone was rushing towards the extreme north. Only by walking out of the Divine Tomb would they be qualified to enter the Divine World. At this time, many late Divine King Divine Souls had also joined in. After all, these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were joining in. Even the divine souls in the divine tomb would find it harder and harder to take action against them. However, the more 9th grade immortal sovereigns Jiang Chen saved, the more enemies he would have in the divine tomb. Moreover, more and more divine king divine souls had joined in. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he was no longer invincible like before. In the entire western region, Jiang Chen had made enemies everywhere. Now, too many high-level divine souls were enraged by him. The western region of the divine tomb was the Myriad Valley Mountain. The mountain was dangerous, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a true natural stronghold. Countless people of the Sword God Alliance had stopped here to rest. Jiang Chen, today will be the day you die. Your Sword God Alliance has killed countless of my divine souls. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of trash you are. Turns out it's just an 8th grade immortal sovereign. You bunch of trash are really disappointing. Such weak shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't even resist. Humph, this 8th grade immortal sovereign is not ordinary. If you think he's a pushover, you can try to bully him first. Moreover, all of them have reached the peak middle void god realm. How terrifying would that be? At least, I think I would be killed instantly. Jiang Zhijuan said with a bitter smile. I believe in him. Young Master Jiang Chen will definitely lead us to break through the siege. Jiang Xinxin had a natural trust in Jiang Chen. She was saved by Jiang Chen several times. He was like a god of war that descended from the heavens, invincible. No one could be his opponent. At this moment, Jiang Chen was refining those divine sparks. The 75th floor of the Zulong Tower had been opened. Jiang Chen's strength had become much stronger. The dragon marks in his body had reached 2,099,300. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. The refining of thousands of divine sparks had allowed Jiang Chen to sense a trace of divine sense. This trace of divine sense was sent out by the Zulong Tower. If the 76th floor of the Zulong Tower was opened, this divine sense would be even more powerful. Jiang Chen had a feeling that once the Zulong Tower reached the 80th floor or higher, he might have an unexpected harvest and surprise. But now, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was guarded by tens of thousands of divine souls. However, when Jiang Chen's divine sense swept through the Myriad Valley Mountain, he did not find any hierarch divine souls. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. But even now, it was still quite difficult. After all, even ants could kill an elephant. There were too many of them. Damn it, do they really think that I'm invincible? So many divine souls have come to hunt me down. Looks like there's going to be a big battle today. Jiang Qin murmured. He was a little worried about Houzi and De Huang. He wondered how these two fellas were doing. What's wrong? Jiang Qin, have you become a coward? Aren't you very powerful? Ha ha ha. Yeah, you're as timid as a mouse. How can you lead a group of heroes? If you don't come out, the Sword God Alliance will completely disappear today. Ha, looks like this fella is a coward. He doesn't dare to come out. Then, we'll overturn the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. You're right. How can we not take revenge? We've lost so many divine souls. How are we going to explain this to our subordinates? Just an 8th grade immortal sovereign, do you dare to fight me? Countless people stood at the foot of the Myriad Valley Mountain and shouted. A divine king, divine soul with wings of a flying demonic beast stood in the sky. His aura was incomparably imposing, shocking everyone. Cowardly mouse, do you dare to fight me? True Water Divine King's voice was like a huge bell. His face was like a vermilion jade. He held a long sword in his hand. He was also a powerful divine soul. His terrifying strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Noisy. A silhouette appeared in the valley of the Myriad Valley Mountain in an instant. It was fulgurating shadows. You're Jiang Qin Mouse. True Water Divine King shouted in a deep voice. His face was cold, as if he was afraid of Jiang Chen's death. So what if I am? If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin sneered. Reckless kid. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I, True Water Divine King, am. Go to hell. Eat my True Water Sword. As soon as True Water Divine King's voice fell, his long sword was like a clap of thunder. Many of the surrounding divine souls were secretly shocked. This True Water Divine King is not simple. Yeah. He can even fly in the sky. With this alone, he's already undefeatable. That's right. Looks like so many people have come for nothing. This Jiang Qin probably has no strength to fight back. Chapter 21-21. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Chen's sword swept across millions of troops. In an instant, the Heavenly Dragon Sword revealed its sharpness. When it clashed with the True Water Sword, the True Water Sword was instantly broken. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. His sword aura was still invincible. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass grew. True Water Divine King was instantly cut into two. No! Before True Water Divine King could finish his words, he was instantly killed by Jiang Qin. His divine soul also vanished when the Heavenly Dragon Sword slashed down. A divine spark fell into Jiang Chen's hand quietly. Jiang Qin looked at everyone with disdain. His expression was cold and his aura was imposing. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. His voice was like a tsunami that reverberated within 100 miles of the Myriad Valley Mountain. It was deafening. Jiang Chen slashed True Water Divine King's divine soul in anger. Everyone was taken aback. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. True Water Divine King's divine soul did not have any power to fight back at all. In an instant, he was killed by Jiang Qin and his divine spark fell into the hands of his opponent. A sword slashed down. It was terrifying. This was the impression that all the divine souls had of Jiang Qin. Because this guy was completely unreasonable. Many of the divine souls did not even see how Jiang Qin did it. True water divine king's divine soul might not be the strongest among all the divine souls, but it was also one of the best. Now that he was killed by Jiang Qin, many of them had lingering fear in their hearts. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Boss Jiang Qin will not lose so easily. How about it? My words came true. Unparalleled sword god, invincible in the world. Boss, kill this bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. No matter how terrifying they were when they were alive, they're just a bunch of divine souls now. Why worry? Ha ha ha, if it's a real divine king, even if it's a heavenly god, I guess we can't escape death. But they're just souls that are neither human nor ghost. What's there to be afraid of? Boss Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen's sword had completely stabilized the morale of the Sword God Alliance. Now, they were no longer worried about this group of divine souls. At least, Jiang Chen's current strength had terrified them. An 8th-grade immortal sovereign was able to instantly kill a peak early void god divine soul. How terrifying was that? At this moment, a lot of doubtful voices were heard in the Divine Soul Alliance, because the strength that Jiang Qin had shown was just too powerful. Many divine souls even had the thought of retreating, but the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. If they retreated at this moment, they would lose even more face. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. The rest of the 9th-grade immortal sovereigns are nothing to us. Moreover, he could kill a divine king divine soul by himself. Do you think he can withstand the combined attack of hundreds of us? That's right. If there are enough ants, they can even kill an elephant. I don't believe that no matter how strong he is, he can resist our human wave attack. We have so many people, so why should we be afraid of one? If this gets out, how will we have the face to stay in the tomb of the god of sin? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Although Jiang Chen's strength was very strong, it was not possible for him to intimidate everyone. After all, there were too many people who came to suppress him. Even he was not confident that he could win. The sword attack just now was just to establish his prestige. Although the effect was achieved, it still could not stop the murderous intent of these divine souls. Now, he had become the target of public criticism. Everyone had the right to kill him. Therefore, in this battle of Myriad Valley Mountain, it was either win or die. Moreover, there were those ordinary 9th-grade immortal sovereigns behind him. Since Jiang Qin had gathered them to resist the divine souls, it was impossible for him to abandon them and let them become cannon fodder. This would go against his original intention. What's the difference between him and an executioner? Then let's fight. I, Jiang Qin, have never been afraid of anyone. In today's battle, I will kill every single one of you divine soul scum. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the void, fearlessly challenging everyone. Who could have such a terrifying aura? One man against a million. Don't overestimate yourself. Let's attack together. Don't give him any chance. Yes, kill him directly. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. More than 200 divine king-level divine souls, all of them had reached the middle void god realm. They surrounded Jiang Qin in the middle. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Good! Jiang Qin shouted in anger and laughed madly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, causing a storm that swept across all directions. The edifying light. Suppress. Jiang Chen's voice was like Sanskrit. The edifying light shone brightly on the ground. Although the edifying light was very powerful, it was still difficult for him to edify all of them. He only managed to repel some of the divine souls. Jiang Qin didn't dare to let his guard down. 200 divine souls besieged him at the same time. If he made a slight mistake, he might lose his life here. At the same time, the other 700 to 800 9th-grade immortal sovereigns were also besieged by thousands of heavenly god divine souls. The situation became very tense. Even if there were powerful ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, none of them could cover the sky with one hand like Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was having a hard time fighting against 100 divine souls alone. The surrounding divine souls had all sorts of techniques, forcing him into a difficult situation. Compared to those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, Jiang Qin was in a much more difficult situation. Because every single one of them had the strength of a middle void god. Jiang Qin would not be so worried even if there were 10 or 20 of them. However, there were more than 200 experts attacking together. Who could understand how much pressure Jiang Qin was under right now? Unification of dragon and sword. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed the unification of dragon and sword, turning his body into a sword, sweeping across the heavens and earth. However, there were too many of them. Even if he were to kill them all, his hands would become weak. The unification of dragon and sword was besieged by 200 divine souls. Even if he could soar into the sky, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the attack. The unification of dragon and sword was directly intercepted. Jiang Qin was forced to retreat a few hundred meters. Countless terrifying light rays shot out. Jiang Qin roared in rage. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck towards the sky. At this moment, even the sky trembled. The terrifying echo was deafening, as if it could pierce through one's heart. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal combined the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was filled with the terrifying aura of the heavenly law. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal instantly killed 8 divine soul experts. However, Jiang Qin also suffered from a terrifying attack. His entire body was slashed by the blade, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. The raging flame fire dragon blade doesn't feel good, right? The divine soul of the raging flame divine king said with a smile. His eyes were cold. Just now, the fire dragon blade was directly aimed at Jiang Qin's body, causing Jiang Qin to feel as if his entire body was being burned by flames. However, it was only for a moment. Because he had 5 kinds of flames, how could he be burned by the raging flame fire dragon blade? Since you like playing with fire so much, then I'll send you to heaven. Jiang Qin sneered. He clenched his hand, and the fire of sun and the true thunder fire appeared in his hands. Jiang Qin wanted to let him understand who was the ancestor of playing with fire. How is this possible? You actually have 2 kinds of supreme flames at the same time. Chapter 21-22. Are you afraid? Jiang Qin sneered. But in the next second, another flame appeared in his hand, the Qilin Saint Fire. No. There are 3 of them. Someone exclaimed. Just one of the heaven and earth Saint Fire was enough to defy the heavens. This guy actually got 3. How could they not be envious? Most importantly, if it was an ordinary person, they would have been devoured by the violent flames, but he was still able to handle it with ease. Even so, it's still impossible for you to defeat us. The divine soul of the flaming divine king said with a cold smirk. His eyes were filled with greed, but he didn't know if he could control these 3 supreme flames. In front of this supreme being who played with fire, he felt that he was just a child's play. What if I add this? Jiang Qin moved his hand and the vermilion bird divine fire appeared. The temperature of the entire Myriad Valley mountain became extremely hot. The group of divine souls also became a little nervous, because flames and holy light were the things that divine souls feared the most. But even so, the 200 divine soul experts didn't retreat. But at this moment, no one dared to take another step forward. Because everyone knew that no matter who these 4 flames fell on, the result would be unpredictable. Their soul would be destroyed, and they would disappear from the world. For flames, you're courting death. If you're not careful, you'll be devoured by the supreme Saint Fire. That's suicide. The raging flames divine king sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his face completely changed. Everyone's heart couldn't help trembling. The suppression of the sovereign saint flame was really terrifying. This guy is too abnormal. How is this possible? Yeah, I think this guy is playing with fire. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that those 4 flames are the supreme saint fire of the world? But in his hands, they're quite docile. Even the flaming divine king, who claims to be the best in controlling fire, doesn't dare to make the slightest move. What should we do now? Let's see if anyone is willing to be cannon fodder. Once he uses 4 types of flames, we might have to sacrifice a lot of our people. No one wanted to be cannon fodder, so the entire scene became tense. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. On the other side, the 7 to 809th grade immortal sovereigns were also suppressed. Close to 200 of them had died. However, when the souls of the late gods saw the 4 types of flames, their mouths became dry, as they would be purified by the flames if they came in contact with even the slightest bit. They would vanish from the world. What? No one dares to come forward. Then I'll have to make a move. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Let's do it together. We must not let him detonate the 4 types of supreme saint fire. Otherwise, we won't have a good time. Moreover, we'll be implicated. Those late heavenly god divine souls can't resist the supreme saint fire at all. Even we have to be cautious. The divine soul of the flaming divine king roared. Everyone understood the current situation. They must not give Jiang Chen any chance. Once he detonated the 4 types of flames, the situation would be different. Kill without mercy. 200 divine souls launched their attacks again. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. He was even forced into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's trump card had not been completely revealed, but he had an extremely bold idea. He wanted to fuse the 5 types of supreme saint fire together. It's not just a simple fusion, but to fuse them into one type of flame, and then detonate them. If he didn't control it well, Jiang Chen himself would suffer. But he wanted to give it a try. Once he succeeded, it would be the unparalleled fire dragon seal. Then he would use the 5 elements combat dragon seal to turn the dragon into fire, and then turn the fire into a seal. Flapping his wings, the dragon wings spread out in an instant, shocking a lot of people. However, the shock that Jiang Chen gave them had already made them numb, because this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. In the entire divine tomb, the divine souls that could fly could be counted on one's fingers. Even in this situation where tens of thousands of divine souls gathered, the number of divine souls that could fly could be counted on 2 hands. Once the dragon wings spread out, it soared straight to the 9th heaven with unstoppable momentum. No one could withstand its sharpness. But Jiang Chen couldn't give up so many followers. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Formation, myriad souls lock formation. Flaming God King's divine soul growled. They were obviously prepared. 200 divine soul powerhouses combined to form the myriad souls divine lock formation. Even if it was a real deity, it wouldn't be a problem. A layer of terrifying law energy covered Jiang Chen in the sky above the myriad valley mountain. He also felt a huge pressure. This myriad souls lock formation was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his body was constantly being suppressed. Even the dragon wings couldn't take him to the 9th heaven. He could only look down from a few dozen meters in the air. Soul lock suppressing sound. Jiang Chen frowned, but he was still forced to suffer injuries again and again. The soul lock suppressing sound was even more terrifying than the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was similar to a curse. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Jiang Chen's strength was constantly being suppressed, but his flame fusion was finally about to be completed. Enduring the great pain of the soul lock suppressing sound, the 5 kinds of flames in Jiang Chen's hands rose into the air. Jiang Chen controlled them with one hand. The 5 kinds of flames finally fused together. That kind of blue flame gradually took shape and became a nightmare in everyone's heart. How is this possible? He actually has a 5th kind of flame. What kind of flame is that? I have never heard of it. The divine soul of the flaming divine king murmured, with a touch of fear in his eyes. Because these 5 kinds of flames had already formed a new kind of flame dragon seal. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley mountain was filled with blazing flames. The temperature rose sharply. It was incomparably terrifying. This seal, I call it the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The blood at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a touch of strange coldness. He struck out with one hand, and the flame dragon seal shot out like a ray of light. Jiang Chen struck out with the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. This seal was even more powerful than the slaughter dragon seal. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, explode. Jiang Chen roared in rage. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal instantly exploded in the sky, turning into thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Myriad Valley mountain. Lights shone brilliantly, blood-curdling screams shook the heavens. It was a tragic scene. Countless late heavenly god divine souls could not withstand it at all. This 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was specially made by Jiang Chen for them. Even though it was difficult for 9th-grade immortal sovereigns to withstand it, it was not to the extent of being unable to withstand it, although they would definitely be heavily injured. However, those below the Divine King Divine Soul realm, once touched by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, they would definitely die. A cold light burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. It's time for these divine souls to return to the heavens and earth. They could be said to be unparalleled in killing. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had detonated the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. If the target of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was a single person, the degree of terror would be even more indescribable. Even Jiang Chen was not sure how terrifying the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal would be. Chapter 21-23. Since you like to play with fire so much, then let the fire burn your body. Jiang Chen wielded 5 types of supreme flames and surrounded the flaming divine king's spiritual soul in an instant. The latter's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. No, don't kill me. Don't. However, his pleas for help were destined to be useless. Letting the 5 types of flames burn his body was also a form of respect for him. The flaming divine king's spiritual soul was extinguished. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Thousands of advanced heaven god realm fighting souls instantly turned incorporeal, leaving behind only godheads. That type of scene could be said to be unparalleled in this world. The souls of thousands to tens of thousands of heavenly deities were set aflame, making one feel fearful. Even a third of the 200 divine king realm fighting souls were wiped out. However, it had to be said that Jiang Chen was also severely injured by the soul-locking sound. His face was pale and his strength was no longer at his peak. What a terrifying and peerless savage. That's right, we have suffered a huge setback this time. But he is now an arrow at the end of its flight. If the rest of us join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. That's right, what are you afraid of? Since things have come to this, we have to be prepared to die. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, we will all die. We have no way out. More and more divine king realm fighting souls said in a deep voice. They clearly understood that the current situation was completely different from before. They were the ones fighting with their lives on the line. However, Jiang Chen was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Boss is mighty. Too ferocious. Even if we fail, we can be proud of ourselves. Boss killed tens of thousands of heavenly gods' divine souls all by himself. This is too shocking. That's right. These heaven god realm fighting souls finally know fear. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We are still at a disadvantage. If we did not drag Boss Jiangchen down, he would have been able to soar into the sky and leave the Thousand Valley Mountain. That's right. Even if we die, we must not embarrass Boss Jiangchen. Let's fight till the last moment. Although there were less than 600 immortal emperors left, their voices still reverberated like the heavens. Everyone understood that Jiangchen had been seriously injured because of them. Moreover, Boss Jiangchen had single-handedly turned the situation around. Although they were all ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who had entered the divine tomb from the lower plane, none of them had Boss Jiangchen's courage. A seventh-grade immortal sovereign would be able to go on a rampage in the divine tomb. They rejoiced because they were from the same era as Jiangchen and had the same dream. They were also duty-bound for this battle. Sword God! Sword God! Sword God! A tsunami-like voice resounded in Jiangchen's ears. Although the myriad souls' divine lock formation had yet to be broken, he had to fight with his life on the line. Furthermore, he had to bring out his true strength for this final battle. However, even so, Jiangchen might not be able to escape unscathed. His current condition was no longer sufficient for him to use the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal again. Heavenly Tribulation. The current Jiangchen had already reached the peak of the 8th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. Advancing to the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm was imminent, and this moment was the best opportunity for him to do so. The might of the Heavenly Tribulation was not inferior to the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. This group of arrogant myriad souls' divine lock formation would become their nightmare. Zulung Tower, it's time to unleash your power. So many divine sparks of heavenly gods and divine kings should be enough for you to have a good meal. Jiangchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. Thousands of divine sparks were all absorbed by Jiangchen at this moment. A terrifying suction force burst out from the Zulung Tower, as if it was an uplifting joy. After devouring all the divine sparks in an instant, the Zulung Tower shone brightly in Jiangchen's body. He did not hold back and directly used this energy to break through to the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. It's already come to this, are you still going to put up a resistance? I don't believe that you still have the strength to fight. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Although so many heavenly god divine souls have died, it's worth it to kill you. After killing you, no one in the eastern region will be able to stop us from collecting the essence, chi, and soul of 9th grade immortal sovereigns. Countless mocking and ridiculing voices resounded in Jiangchen's ears. He knew that at this moment, they all thought that he was going to die for sure. Therefore, they had lowered their guard against him to the lowest point. However, some of them would not let their guard down. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. They had seen how powerful Jiangchen was. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Using one's life as a joke was not a small matter. Young Master Jiangchen, are you really going to die? Jiang Xinxin murmured. Her eyes were sparkling. She didn't believe that Jiangchen would fail like this. Every time there was a crisis, he would always be the savior. Could it be that he was going to be attacked by all of them? Even if we die, we can't let Boss Jiangchen lose face. Go. Kill. Although we can't kill a divine king realm divine king, but we can still fight against a late heavenly god divine soul. Countless people's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, Jiangchen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Their only hope was about to be destroyed. In a battle of life and death, no one was willing to back down. Did you see that? Your men are all ready. But they are not going to fight to the death, they are going to die in battle. Someone said in disdain. As the leader of the Sword God Alliance, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile at this moment. A bunch of fools, do they really think that I'm helpless? Isn't it too early to be happy now? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Explode. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared. In an instant, he turned into a half-human half-dragon state. Under the dragon transformation, his battle strength increased by more than 10 times. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, crushing all divine souls. What is this? Jiang Zhiren sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the terrifying pressure from Jiang Qin. His trump cards seemed to be endless. This true dragon pressure made even ninth-grade immortal sovereigns like them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. The current Jiang Qin was more than 10 times stronger than before. Isn't this too fucking awesome? Ha, young Master Jiang Qin, I'm going to chase after you for the rest of my life. Jiang Zhiren's body trembled, his eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Chen was always able to give them a chance to escape from a desperate situation. At this moment, all the divine soul experts became solemn. Even the myriad soul lock great formation was trembling. The terror of Jiang Qin after his dragon transformation made people's hearts palpitate. Don't hesitate, give it your all. A divine soul shouted. More than 100 divine souls swarmed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was like an ancient war beast, waving his gigantic and powerful arms, sweeping across the sky. His imposing manner was unstoppable. Chapter 21-24. At the same time, the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks one after another. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, and the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body increased rapidly. At this moment, the sky above the divine tomb was filled with rolling thunderclouds. This is the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. He's going to undergo the tribulation here. This is too scary. This guy is crazy. He'll die without a burial place. What? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. Isn't that the heavenly tribulation that only appears in human god realm? How is it possible for a mere 8th grade immortal sovereign? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. Even a human god might not be able to withstand it. Many human gods have lost their lives in this trial, and they couldn't even condense their divine sparks. It's like a fantasy. Shit. We'll be in trouble once the heavenly lightning tribulation falls. The myriad soul lock formation has sealed Jiang Qin, and it has sealed us as well. He wants to attract the heavenly lightning tribulation to kill us. This madman. You'll die too. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that once the 9 heavens lightning tribulation fell, the entire Myriad Valley mountain would be razed to the ground. Thunder and fire were the natural enemies of spirits. Moreover, the 9 heavens lightning tribulation was something that even a deity might not be able to resist, let alone their spiritual bodies. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley mountain became restless. Jiang Qin wanted to perish together with them. This guy is a peerless ferocious beast. A divine soul said in a trembling voice. Thunderclouds rolled. At this moment, the surroundings of the Myriad Valley mountain became a land of heavenly lightning tribulation. It was also the place where Jiang Qin was undergoing the heavenly lightning tribulation. No one could escape from this area. The entire sky was filled with thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This time, Jiang Chen had already prepared a foolproof plan. Even a human god couldn't withstand the heavenly lightning tribulation. Does Boss Jiang Chen want to perish together with us? Too ruthless. Looks like Boss Jiang Chen has been forced into a corner. Today, we are destined to die with a grievance. Although Boss Jiang Chen's methods are heaven-defying, they will still perish together. We are all finished. No matter if it was a divine soul expert or a 9th grade immortal sovereign, all of their faces were ashen at this moment. Once the lightning tribulation descended, the heavens and earth would shatter and the void would shatter. No living being would be able to survive. Moreover, divine souls were afraid of lightning and fire. This lightning tribulation was an unavoidable catastrophe for everyone. Ah, what, now you finally know how powerful I am. Reckless fools, I didn't go looking for you, but you just had to provoke me. Jiang Qin gazed arrogantly at the sky, flapping his wings and flying. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds had already covered the entire Myriad Valley mountain. Everyone could feel this irreversible and terrifying pressure. The might of the heavens was unfathomable. Jiang Qin, you will die a horrible death. A god-king-level divine soul cursed. However, their complexions had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Death had completely surrounded them. Everyone listen, don't resist. I will absorb you into my treasure, it can withstand the lightning tribulation. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. All the immortal sovereigns' eyes lit up. Some of them were even prepared to perish. But at this moment, Jiang Qin brought them a turning point. Even the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation could be avoided. What a heaven-defying method. Nobody wanted to die if they could live, especially those immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb from the lower planes. Which one of them did not have a dream to enter the divine world and show off their might? However, they did not know that it was not so easy to enter the divine realm. The tomb of the god of sin was a soul harvester. Those who could escape the calamity of the tomb of the god of sin were all super monstrous geniuses, peerless geniuses. Is this true? Can I not die now? Ha, ha. Boss Jiang Qin is mighty and domineering. Some of them cried tears of joy. Who said that a man should not cry easily? These peerless immortal sovereigns who had gone through life and death trials to reach this stage felt an unprecedented shock. Jiang Qin was their savior. Their gratitude was naturally expressed in their words. Everyone knew that at this moment, Jiang Qin was like a supreme being above the heavens. They could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Hundreds of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were sucked into the Zulong Tower. However, the strength of the Zulong Tower was like a tiger in the eyes of those divine souls. They could feel that the Zulong Tower was coveting them, as if they were the prey of the Zulong Tower. They would rather be struck to death by the heavenly lightning and have their souls destroyed than to enter the Zulong Tower. Obviously, they were right. If these souls had entered the Zulong Tower directly, they would have been refined by the Zulong Tower directly. It would have been 10,000 times more painful than having their souls dispersed. This guy wants to kill us with heavenly lightning. Oh, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The heavenly lightning rumbled and instantly descended. The 9 heavens profound lightning descended. Jiang Qin held the Zulong Tower and pointed it towards the heavens. The lightning tribulation descended in an instant. Countless divine souls tried to escape in all directions, but they could not withstand the terror of the lightning tribulation. Thousands of divine souls within 1,000 li were terrified. They did not dare to fight against the lightning tribulation. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from the range of the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning was a heaven-defying energy. Moreover, the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was a heavenly lightning tribulation that descended when a human god was breaking through. Not to mention these middle void god divine souls, even a human god divine soul would not be able to survive. The suppression of the heavenly lightning on divine souls was almost unbearable. It was like wood meeting fire, water meeting the blazing sun, they could not resist at all. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, deafening the ears. Lightning flickered beneath Myriad Valley Mountain, and radiance dazzled the world. Under a single strike, Hundreds to thousands of souls were obliterated into ashes, and only Godheads remained, without any signs of life. This guy is holding a pagoda and is not afraid of the heavenly lightning. Fuck. It can't be. Isn't this supreme heavenly lightning tribulation too terrifying? A powerful hierarch divine soul shouted in a deep voice. Let's go. Otherwise, both of us will not be able to escape. No, we can't. At this moment, not even Jiang Qin had expected that two hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark. Before they could even take action, they were struck to death by the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. These two divine souls had already reached the peak late void God realm. However, under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, they did not have any strength to resist, they did not even have the chance to escape. If Jiang Qin did not have the Zulong Tower in his hand, he would not be able to escape. This supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was completely out of his expectation. Ninth-grade immortal sovereigns would definitely die if they were touched by it. Those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns in the Zulong Tower were secretly shocked. Jiang Chen's method of killing hundreds and thousands of divine souls was truly terrifying. The heavenly lightning tribulation, the annihilation of tens of thousands of souls. To think that there's an unexpected harvest. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and murmured. In the western region, in a place where thousands of gods were buried, an old and hoarse voice was murmuring. Chapter 21-25. Boss Jiang Chen is so terrifying. I wanted to have a fight with him. Luckily, sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. Of course. Our boss Jiang Chen's prestige is unparalleled. Luckily you didn't, otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. This heavenly tribulation is way too terrifying. It's absolutely tragic. If we were to go through the baptism of the lightning tribulation outside, not even our ashes would be left. You're right. That's the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation that only humans and gods would experience. It's definitely not something that we immortal sovereigns have to endure. This time, we're finally out of danger. Surviving a calamity, a rainbow after the rain. Hu Han Sen, survived again. The heavenly thunder rumbled, the lightning punishment descended. The myriad valley mountain collapsed, not even a blade of grass was left. The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was terrifying. Looking from afar, the myriad valley mountain was scorched black. Under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, everything turned into nothingness. The mountain collapsed, the grass and trees turned into ashes. Within a 1,000-li radius, even the tens of thousands of heavenly God divine souls that did not participate in the battle were caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen looked around. The whole myriad valley mountain had a circumference of 1,000 miles and 100,000 divine sparks. The scene couldn't be any more spectacular. There were also hundreds of divine kings' divine sparks. He was truly rich this time. Most importantly, there were two hierarch divine sparks. This was too unexpected. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a lingering fear. These two arrogant hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark, planning to deal a fatal blow to him. However, in the end, they found out that he could not escape from the range of the heavenly lightning tribulation. Even they could not escape death. Today, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. His strength had increased by another level, 9th grade immortal sovereign. Unparalleled supreme. Have I finally reached it? Jiang Chen murmured. If he was in the immortal world, he did not know how long it would take. There was no pressure and no motivation. However, the commotion this time was bound to spread to the ears of many divine souls. He hoped that they would not have any designs on him. Right now, Jiang Chen already had a domineering intent to compete with Heaven Duke. If another 200 divine souls of God King came, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to return. And he wouldn't need to borrow the power of the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen's body trembled as he clenched his fists. The 2,197,000 dragon patterns in his body shone with golden light. Peak early 9th grade immortal sovereign, and this was before he absorbed the 100,000 divine sparks. These 100,000 divine sparks were destined to upgrade the Zulong Tower once again. Jiang Chen could not hide the excitement in his heart. However, he still released all the immortal sovereigns from the Zulong Tower. More than 500 9th grade immortal sovereigns had survived the calamity. There were even more than 10 immortal sovereigns that had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the void god realm. Boss, I have broken through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign. Ha ha ha. To me, this battle is truly boundless. Yeah, I've also broken through to the heavens. Boss, I feel like I've broken through the heavens. We've gained a lot this time. If it wasn't for this battle, I believe that many of you would have benefited a lot. Boss, I want to compete with you. Ha ha ha. How about it? But even if we win, we will still follow you. At least, we will not leave you in the divine tomb. Without you, we would be dead already. Countless people were looking forward to it. The three of them formed a triangular formation and went straight for Jiang Chen. Good timing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and retreated in order to advance. The great divination art had allowed him to predict the trajectory of the trio's attacks. The trio's attacks were instantly rendered useless. Jiang Chen fought and retreated at the same time, but he was still at ease. The trio had unleashed their trump cards, none of them willing to show any weakness. Moreover, the three of them had just broken through to the void god realm. Naturally, they were filled with battle intent. Breaking through to the void god realm made them invincible. Boss Jiang Chen was willing to fight with them. The three of them knew that Jiang Chen was just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. From their point of view, it was still possible for them to defeat Jiang Chen. Although their boss was strong, his personal strength was still too weak. Back off! Jiang Chen roared. He pushed the three of them back at the same time. Yixing Yunwang, Mo Qihan and Lu Dong could not do anything. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's mercy, they would have been injured. The difference between an immortal and a god was like heaven and earth. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher realm. At this moment, they did not feel that it was a shameful thing to do. Because the leader of the Sword God Alliance definitely had the ability to do so. Moreover, he had something that made them trust him. Get up, all of you. The tomb of the God of Sin is full of dangers. We are just helping each other. After all, no one can walk out of the tomb of the God of Sin unscathed if we are alone. A hero needs 3 helpers. Helping others is equivalent to helping yourself. Jiang Chen smiled. He had already expected this to happen. He also understood that this was only the divine tomb. Once they get out of the divine tomb, everyone would go their separate ways. However, at least at this moment, he had a responsibility on his shoulders. That was to lead them out of the divine tomb and kill all the divine souls. Those who stood in his way would die. Jiang Chen brought hundreds of experts and continued towards the exit of the extreme north. Along the way, there were many human experts who joined the Sword God Alliance. The Sword God Alliance was considered as the sun in the sky and was quite powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chen was quite excited. After all, 100,000 divine sparks were definitely enough for the Zulong Tower to improve further. Moreover, this improvement was bound to be quite big. It's all up to you, old friend. Jiang Chen moved his mind and entered the Zulong Tower. He then began his crazy refining journey. 100,000 divine sparks. The entire Zulong Tower shone brightly as if it was very excited. Even Jiang Chen did not expect such a huge amount of divine sparks. When the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks, he had also benefited a lot. The divine sense in his body had a slight throbbing. Although Jiang Chen was not sure, he knew that the divine sense was very powerful. It was many times stronger than his own divine sense. Moreover, once the divine sense was gathered, it would be possible for him to break through the ninth grade immortal sovereign realm and enter the void god realm. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen did not know that if the Zulong Tower did not absorb so many divine sparks, he would not have formed his divine sense so early. The divine sense was a part of the divine sparks. Only a peak human god could form the divine sense. Once the divine sense was gathered, the divine sparks would be formed. Once the divine sparks were formed, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, once the divine sparks were formed, one would have a great position in the divine world. A heavenly god expert would receive preferential treatment no matter where he went. Of course, this was a story for the future. Jiang Chen cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and started to cultivate wholeheartedly. The divine sense within the 100,000 divine sparks became more and more, gathering in Jiang Chen's mind in a myriad of strands. The Zulong Tower was extremely excited. 100,000 divine sparks allowed it to leap from the 75th floor to the 78th floor. This was simply a miracle. Even Jiang Chen could not believe it. However, the divine sparks were extremely huge, they were filled with earth-shattering energy. After the Zulong Tower broke through the 78th floor, the flow of time became even slower. Moreover, the hardness of the Zulong Tower had increased to a certain extent. Jiang Chen could feel that the Zulong Tower had become a lot stronger. That blurry feeling appeared once again. The Zulong Tower was shining with golden light. On the entire tower, there seemed to be a shadow of an azure dragon. It was truly mystical and shocking. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 2,190,000, reaching the peak of the ninth grade immortal sovereign realm. He was only one step away from entering the void god realm. In the immortal world, every increase in realm required an increase of 50,000 dragon marks. From the immortal sovereign realm to the god realm, every realm required 100,000 dragon marks. But at this moment, he received a piece of news. A monkey had wreaked havoc in the peerless divine treasury and was heavily injured in Mount Mithraea. Are you sure it's a monkey? Ninth grade immortal sovereigns, even if there were tens of thousands of them, did not dare to invade him. The people from various major forces and some cultivators who were waiting to reap the benefits were all waiting here. Heaven's Sound 12 Peaks. There were a total of 12 entrances. On top of each peak, there was a divine temple that led to the divine treasury of Mount Mithraea. Some people had already entered, some came out with rewards, some died without a burial place, and some disappeared mysteriously. The main peak, Tianlan Peak, was the true peak. Many people chose to enter from the Tianlan Peak. However, not everyone could enter the divine treasury of Mount Mithraea. Moreover, the paths and divine treasures of each peak were different. In the Tianlan Peak, there were already many hierarch divine souls guarding the main peak. As for Tianzhu Peak, ever since Longshisan entered the divine temple, he did not continue to enter. Instead, he stood outside the divine temple, on the peak of the mountain, blocking the invaders from all directions. From everyone's point of view, he wanted to occupy all the divine treasures, and that's why he dominated the peak. As long as I am here, don't even think about stepping into Tianzhu Peak. Longshisan's expression was gloomy. Although he was heavily injured, he still did not allow anyone to step into Tianzhu Peak. Damn monkey, looks like you won't shed tears until you see your coffin. If you have the guts, come down from the mountain and fight me. I'll beat the shit out of you. That's right. Damn monkey, looking down from the top, occupying the most dangerous place, what kind of hero are you? You trash, when our vice lord comes, you'll definitely die. Ha ha ha, you're just waiting for your death, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. More and more people were cursing and ridiculing him. However, Longshan did not budge at all. He stood on top of Tianzhu Peak, looking down on the crowd. "This is the biggest joke in the world, saying that I'm not a hero. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of stupid and brainless pigs. You've surrounded me, but have you ever thought about the word hero? A bunch of cowards, a bunch of trash, who dares to fight me?" Longshan's voice was like a great bell, resounding throughout Tianzhu Peak. However, the tens of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns did not take any action, because they knew that the person who stood out would definitely be killed. Humans are selfish, especially at this moment. Who would be willing to die when they have the chance to enter the divine tomb after millions of years of cultivation? A mere ninth-grade immortal sovereign, all of you are not a match for him. You've really disappointed me. A cold and overbearing voice resounded throughout Tianzhu Peak. A silhouette arrived in the sky, his aura was monstrous. He stood in the sky, pointing at the mountains and rivers with a domineering aura. "Vice Lord, the Vice Lord is here. Ha ha ha, we can finally get rid of this bastard. Damned monkey, your time of death has come. Yes, Vice Lord, get rid of him, get rid of a pest for the people." Deafening shouts resounded throughout the entire sky. The atmosphere was like a rainbow. "Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Longshan, will not kill a nameless person." Longshan pointed his staff at the void and said with a faint smile, "You'll understand how stupid your words are when you're dead. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you who's the murderer. The Unparalleled Handsome Alliance, the Vice Lord of the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance, Li Shuai." Li Shuai said proudly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, there was nothing more to say. Fight till the end, the winner is the hero. Unparalleled Handsome Alliance. Ha ha ha. This name sounds so stupid. Deputy Alliance Master. You've really broadened my horizons. However, it doesn't seem that easy for you to kill me. Longshan held the iron staff in his hand tightly. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight, what's there to talk about? If it wasn't for you, my people would have already entered Tianzhu Peak. Surrender now, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact." Li Shuai said faintly. "I hate people who are more pretentious than me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Full of nonsense, so noisy." Chapter 21-28. Longshan's eyes were filled with an indomitable battle intent. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and murderous smile. At this moment, he was the heavens. No one could force him to leave the Tianzhu Peak. "Since you want to die so much, I can only fulfill your wish. Remember, you will die under the hands of the most handsome immortal emperor, Li Shuai. Otherwise, don't die without knowing why you died in the underworld." Li Shuai's eyes suddenly became solemn. He was ready to fight. "Those who trespass into this peak shall be killed without mercy." Longshan's imposing manner shook the world. If it wasn't for Li Shuai's provocation, perhaps no one would step forward even if there were thousands of people in front of him. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against thousands of enemies. This is the invincible overlord spear. Today, I will take your life and avenge the death of my ally. Li Shuai harumphed coldly. His spear pierced through the void, piercing through the heavens and earth. He stood in the void and pointed at Longshan. First revolution, 9 heavens move. Li Shuai's spear art was unparalleled, piercing through the sky. In this dark divine tomb, a cold light appeared first. Then, the spear was like a dragon, roaring and shaking the heavens. His spear art shook the heavens and earth. He was truly invincible, especially now that he had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the early void god realm. Even if he were to encounter Jiang Chen again, he would definitely have the strength to fight him. Li Shuai's spear art was quite powerful. Now, it had reached a new level. His entire body was filled with flowing lights. The cold light of the spear was oppressive, wreaking havoc between the heavens and earth. Long Shersan's pupils shrunk. Although he also had the strength of a void god, he could only be an ordinary early void god. Even he had to admit that this guy was too powerful. Although his name was a bit flashy, he had to admit that he was really terrifying. His spear was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of mountains were shaken. Such a powerful spear. It's like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. He's really a powerful expert in the heavens and earth. Yeah. I have never seen the Vice Lord fight with all his strength. I never expected him to be this terrifying. No wonder so many geniuses would bow down to him. It's really shocking. The Vice Alliance Master's might is overwhelming. I think this damned monkey has no chance of surviving. You want to occupy a mountain all by yourself? You must be dreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Ha ha ha. His spear covered everyone's sharpness. We are all early void gods, but we are far from his level. Sigh. This person will definitely become a great person in the future, and there will definitely be a place for him in the god world. More and more people were filled with ridicule. Li Shuai's appearance had instantly turned the situation around. Even if Long Shersan's battle strength was monstrous and no one dared to face the invincible iron rod in his hand, Li Shuai was not afraid at all. Eat my staff. Long Shersan was stronger than his opponent. The two of them were fighting fiercely, exchanging blows with each other. Golden light flickered in the sky as the Overlord's spear and the metal cudgel clashed. Neither of them fell behind. Li Shuai strolled leisurely in the courtyard, calm and unruffled. On the other hand, Draconic Shersan was extremely solemn, but the anxiety in his eyes had also become more serious. Even Long Shersan was shocked. Although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he was only one step away from reaching the void god realm. Moreover, he was born with unparalleled battle strength and a strong physique. He could even fight against 3 void god experts at the same time. But now, it was a little difficult for him to fight against Li Shuai alone. After all, he had suffered a serious injury earlier. It was not easy for him to withstand Li Shuai's attack. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Looks like I will have to fight with you officially. You mean I will use 80% of my strength? Li Shuai smiled faintly, as if he had finally become serious. Usually, even void god experts would find it hard to withstand his attack. The might of his spear was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. But in front of this damned monkey, his attack lost its effect. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually quite shocked in his heart. This guy must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become his greatest enemy in the future. Come and fight, there's no need to talk anymore. Ha ha ha. Wanton, comfortable, delightful. Long Shersan waved his iron rod and laughed wildly. Too many people had witnessed his strength. So even at this moment, he still carried a terrifying aura, and no one dared to go against him. Your death is here. Don't be so arrogant. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Li Shuai roared in anger. The spear light flew again, causing the void to tremble. The long spear was like a dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. Second revolution, sky-shattering myriad saints. This time, Long Shersan's pupils shrank. Even with his current strength, it was hard for him to withstand this attack. He quickly retreated and pointed his iron rod at the void. Long Shersan did not dare to attack at all. Because this spear had already triggered the laws of the void, as if it was coming from all directions. The deafening aura was unstoppable. Such a terrifying spear art. Long Shersan murmured in his heart. Even he had to exert his full strength at this moment. Battle Saint Technique. Longsher San also used his trump card, but this attack still made him fall into a passive position. Because his injuries were too severe, and he could no longer withstand such a high-intensity battle. Even the Battle Saint Technique couldn't launch a complete attack. It could only be suppressed by Li Shuai, unable to reverse the situation. Go down. Li Shuai pressed down with his spear. Longsher San's body trembled, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing onto a mountain rock, and fell down. Invincible. 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 Vice Lord is unparalleled, invincible. Ha ha ha. Vice Lord is a peerless hero, who dares to compete with him? Kill him, avenge the deaths of thousands of immortal emperors. Draw the blood from his neck, and offer it to the heavens and earth. A tsunami-like voice reverberated in Tianzhu Peak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Once this monkey dies, they would be able to enter Tianzhu Peak and get a share of all the treasures. Such a good thing, who wouldn't be excited? I've said it before, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. You can only blame yourself for meeting me. So, at this moment, you can only choose death. Li Shuai's spear light pointed straight at Longsher San. At this moment, even Longsher San himself felt a terrifying chill, and the aura of death. If I'm not injured, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Thief, don't be so arrogant. I, Longsher San, will never let you go even if I die. Longsher San's face was filled with unwillingness. Indeed, if his battle strength was at its peak, why would he be afraid of the most handsome immortal emperor? However, there was no if in this world, even if there was, it was already in the past. Accept your judgment. You have killed too many people, your hands are stained with too much blood. It's time for you to go to Avicii hell. Li Shuai Lengling smiled. This was the last strike, he would not give this damned monkey any chance. Die. Third Revolution Forbidden Wind Wave. Master Monkey has an immortal body. You want to kill me? In your next life. Longsher San's eyes were filled with madness. With his strength, if he wasn't severely injured, killing Li Shuai would be a piece of cake. Even at this moment, Longsher San didn't show any signs of fear. He had the life symbol art, which was equivalent to an immortal body. Longsher San went crazy. His fiery golden eyes shone brightly as he prepared for a life and death battle with Li Shuai. Who dares to touch the brother of I, Jiang Qin? At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. A true dragon sword shone with golden light and pierced in front of Longsher San, blocking Li Shuai's third revolution overlord spear. When the sword fell, the wind blew, and the momentum reached the sky. Ha! Chapter 21-29. Little Chenzi, you're finally here. If you don't come, you're going to cry at my funeral. Longsher San said loudly. He knew that this guy always liked to show up at the most crucial moment. Longsher San did not have any relatives in his life. Apart from his wife, Lon Lingji, he only had a group of brothers. At this moment, in this divine tomb, he only had his brothers. Jiang Chen's appearance was no different from sending charcoal in a snowy day. Moreover, it was a moment of life and death. If Jiang Chen was a second late, he would be doomed to die here. Longsher San's heart was incomparably tangled and struggling. He didn't have to wait for death here, but he had no other choice. He must protect this place and stop anyone who dared to rush up to Tianzhu Peak. This was his mission and the meaning of his existence. Even if it was a narrow escape, Longsher San did not take a step back. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers. Even if he was going to die, he must die here. He thought that he would never see this brat again. Not long ago, he and Jiang Qin had advanced and retreated together, fought together and faced life and death together. At this moment, he was facing the threat of death. His death was resolved by Jiang Qin's sword. The heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Qin's peerless divine sword. The sword shocked the world and swept away everything in its path. Long Shisan's eyes flickered with a trace of imperceptible helplessness. Even if he was talented and had unparalleled combat strength, he was still defeated in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers and peerless experts. Although Long Shisan's heart was filled with hatred, there was no way he could give up the rest of his life. The appearance of Jiang Qin had rekindled Long Shisan's hope. His face became incomparably excited. At this moment, his heart was filled with hot blood and battle intent. What a terrifying guy! To be able to block the overlord's spear of the deputy lord with just a sword. This is really impressive. Not bad. This guy shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? The moment an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is an expert or not. Looks like this guy is here to save this damned monkey. That's right, but I believe that the Vice Alliance Master will definitely be able to show disdain for everyone, ha ha ha. An early Void God Realm Vice Leader can definitely look down on everyone. Someone laughed wildly and cheered for Li Shuai. Jiang Qin stepped on the void and soared with his dragon wings. In a moment, he arrived, and a domineering and murderous aura flickered between his brows. Damned monkey, how have you been? I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state, haha. Little Chenzi, if you don't kill this guy today, don't tell others that I know you. Long Shisan said angrily with tears in his eyes. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, and that was a mocking scolding. Between brothers, just a look was enough. Jiang Qin didn't say much because it wasn't the time to be sentimental. It's you. Li Shuai squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Qin. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. So what if it's me? You, a loser, ran away after losing. I thought you were already dead. Humph, Jiang Qin said in disdain. Loser. Jiang Qin's words set off a huge wave. The entire Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Could this guy have fought with the Vice Alliance Master and even defeated him? How could this be possible? Li Shuai's facial expression was rather ugly, but it was an indisputable fact. If he had escaped in time, he would have been killed by Jiang Qin. Today, he wouldn't be standing here as the vice leader of the unparalleled Handsome Alliance. Li Shuai's face turned pale. Fuck. Kid, you're not bad. This guy was defeated by you. Long Shisan let out a weird cry, which made Li Shuai's expression turn even uglier. Since there were so many people below Tianzhu Peak looking at him, how could he feel good after being called a loser by Long Shisan? Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Even if you've defeated me before, it was only in the past. Now that I've broken through to the Void God Realm, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Li Shuai said proudly. However, the people below Tianzhu Peak were still anxious. To think that the Vice Alliance Master was defeated by this guy. It seems like it's a battle between geniuses. Yeah, but the Vice Alliance Master is right. That was in the past. It won't be the same today. Since the Vice Alliance Master is already a Void God expert. That guy is just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Ha ha ha, that's right. The Vice Alliance Master is unparalleled. The Vice Alliance Master is invincible. Deafening voices were heard from below Tianzhu Peak. Li Shuai was still the one that everyone was looking for. Little Chenzi, don't disappoint me. But you have to be careful too. This guy is quite strong. Long Shisan said sternly. Jokes were just jokes. However, he would never stand by and watch a real life and death battle. Don't worry. He's already been defeated once. No matter how strong he is, he's still trash. Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, causing everyone to feel discontented. However, only by defeating him would they have the qualifications to say such words. Looks like you've really thought too highly of yourself. I'm already a void god now. What do you have to fight with me? I'll take back the humiliation I suffered that day bit by bit. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to walk into hell. Even if you didn't appear, I'll still look for you. Otherwise, there will always be a knot in my heart on my path to the top. Your appearance today has saved me a lot of trouble. Li Shuai said calmly, but his eyes were extremely stern. After experiencing a defeat, he understood himself better and respected his opponents more, especially Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had once defeated him as an 8th-grade immortal sovereign. Now that he's already a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he had to be extra careful. Li Shuai was very confident. After all, he had already reached the void god realm. A void god and a 9th-grade immortal sovereign were two completely different concepts. That's why he was so confident. You've already lost once, why are you still pretending to be strong? Even if I'm at my peak, I can still beat you to a pulp. You still want to fight with little Chenzi. I have to say that you're very strong. It's a pity that you've met little Chenzi. You're just unlucky. If little Chenzi can defeat you once, he can defeat you twice and thrice. Long Shisan's sarcastic attitude made Li Shuai's face flushed with anger. Do it. You only have one chance. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chen said coldly. This time, he would not give Li Shuai a chance to escape. Li Shuai must pay the price for wanting to kill his brother. How can I not fulfill your wish since you're so eager to die? I was lucky enough to escape from the battle in the past, but you'll definitely die today. The one who was lucky enough to escape is you. Looks like you're really stubborn. Do you still think that you're an immortal sovereign of the myriad worlds? There's no lack of geniuses in this world. But what's lacking are geniuses with brains. Killing a retard like you is as easy as killing a chicken. This guy should have died. This time, he almost put his brother in danger. How could Jiang Chen let him live? It's not that easy to kill me. Humph. Transforming the body into a spear, creating the heavens and earth. If you can block this attack, then even if I die, I can rest in peace. Li Shuai said in a deep voice. Instantly, his body shone brightly. His whole body seemed to be incomparably holy. He put his palms together and pointed at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Li Shuai turned into a golden spear, piercing through the void, flying horizontally and vertically. The surrounding temperature became extremely high at this moment. The piercing sound of the golden spear piercing through the void was deafening. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He summoned all 5 types of flames at this moment. Chapter 2131. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Come on. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. 5 types of flames instantly formed a seal. The whole void was scorching and crackling. Everyone retreated backwards. The raging flames that blotted out the sky were all ultimate flames. Each of them was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Qin had 5 types of flames in his hand. How could this not be shocking? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. What a terrifying guy. However, my one with the spear will definitely give you a big shock. Li Shuai harumphed coldly. His golden spear will not fall charged towards the sky. The flames in Jiang Chen's hand were like torches. The seal was formed and struck out. The might of the 3,000 flames dragon seal had also reached its peak. The void was like a collision between two planets, instantly exploding. Li Shuai's man and spear unite. The golden spear will not fall was also repelled by the 3,000 flames dragon seal. Flames fell from the sky and shattered the mountains, forcing countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they would be implicated. Even so, the terror of the 3,000 flames dragon seal was still not to be underestimated. The flames swallowed Li Shuai in an instant. His entire body was wrapped within the 3,000 flames dragon seal, making him look quite miserable. Li Shuai's roar shook the sky. It was heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. The blazing flames were not something to be trifled with. At this moment, he finally knew how powerful the 3,000 flames dragon seal was. Li Shuai's human spear will not fall was completely suppressed by the 3,000 flames dragon seal. He was also burned by the 5 types of flames and almost turned into ashes. Li Shuai ran away in a miserable state. His body was severely injured. His whole body was burnt beyond recognition. It was as if he had just escaped from a fire. More importantly, the flames in his heart were burning him. It caused him to be severely injured and his life was at stake. The vice leader has really lost. Sigh. This guy is simply a monster. Yeah. Looks like our unparalleled handsome alliance has offended a great enemy. So what? If our alliance leader was here, how could he be beaten so miserably by this guy? That may be the case, but the situation is stronger than the person. In the end, we still lost. Countless people retreated 100 li away because the entire Tianzhu peak had completely exploded because of the flames of the 3,000 flames dragon seal. Even so, there were still hundreds of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who were completely burned to death by the flames of the 3,000 flames dragon seal. Not even their bones were left behind and they would forever remain in Tianzhu peak. Your end has come. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Li Shuai. He didn't have the habit of sparing his enemies. Only death would prevent them from becoming a threat to him. Jiang Chen naturally wasn't afraid of Li Shuai. But in the future, if Li Shuai were to become a threat to his friends and family, Jiang Chen would be in eternal pain. Therefore, Jiang Chen liked to nip danger in the bud. So what if they were geniuses? There was no lack of geniuses in this world, and there were even more people who died young. If one could not stand at the peak and become the strongest, what was the use of having outstanding talent? Oh my God, he actually wants to kill the vice leader. Someone exclaimed. Jiang Chen's murderous intent had completely enveloped Li Shuai. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Shuai was extremely terrified because his escape route had been completely blocked by Jiang Chen. So there was no chance for him to escape. Even if there were 100,000 divine soldiers behind him, no one would dare to save him and fight against Jiang Chen at this moment. In this battle, Jiang Chen had already swept away everyone, no one dared to offend him. You'll definitely die. Jiang Chen swung his sword down. But at this moment, a blue sword shadow broke through the air and struck down Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy was quite strong. Who was this guy? If you want to kill me, you'll have to go through me first. A white robe, long hair fluttering in the wind, a feather fan and a sword in his hand, looking down at all directions. A pair of blue eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. The white-robed man turned around and stood straight. His fair skin was more enviable than a woman's. His facial features were exquisite and dazzling. His every movement was majestic and magnificent. One word, handsome. 2 words, very handsome. 2 words, super handsome. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, "You can't kill my people." Really? Unparalleled handsomeness, you should be the leader of unparalleled handsomeness, right? Unfortunately, if I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. This person was indeed very, very handsome. In fact, he was even more handsome than Big Yellow when he first saw him. He was simply too handsome. Is that the old lady of unparalleled handsomeness? He's too handsome. Yeah, I've never seen such a handsome person. It seems that strength is not important anymore, as long as he's handsome. You bunch of love-struck fools. What's so good about a handsome man? It's better if he's as rough as me. A muscular man with black hair all over his body said proudly. Go to hell, you bearded dinosaur. How can you be compared to the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance? You're too shameless. Someone couldn't help but snort. It was undeniable that the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance was too handsome. No one could find any flaw in him. Looking at him, strength became secondary. In short, he was very handsome. Handsome boss, save me. Li Shuai said as he cried. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor and bearing of an expert. He was like a crying child. In the face of death, he had no backbone. Life and death had become the only thing in his heart that he persevered on. Moling Dongqin, unparalleled handsomeness. You really live up to your name. I've heard about the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. Seeing you today, you really live up to your name. If you were a beauty, I'm afraid even I would be attracted to you. He. Dragon Shirsan chuckled. However, Moling Dongqin's face was calm. He glanced at Li Shuai with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Hand him over and get out of Tianzhu Peak. I can choose to let bygones be bygones. Moling Dongqin said calmly. Even his voice was so pleasant to listen to. Unfortunately, he was born as a man. Such a man was destined to stir up the universe and bring disaster to the country. Jiang Qin stared at Moling Dongqin. Both of them stared at each other. Neither of them intended to take a step back. No one can order me around. Even the heavens are no exception. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth slightly curved up. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, the void trembled wherever the sword pointed. Li Shuai had nowhere to run, he could only stare at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He died on the spot. You! How dare you disobey me? Moling Dongqin said faintly. However, everyone knew that the current Moling Dongqin was exuding a cold aura. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. So what? He almost killed my brother. It's only right for me to kill him. Jiang Qin took a step forward without fear. He didn't give any face to Moling Dongqin's questioning. Using the Slaughter Dragon seal, Jiang Qin blocked Moling Dongqin's attack effortlessly. The sky was lonely and the dust had settled. The entire Tianzhu Peak fell into silence. Not bad. Interesting. Today's matter is written off. Moling Dongqin said with a faint smile, as if he did not care about Li Shuai's death at all. Such a powerful attack. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. But in the end, they could return to nothingness so easily. It's really watertight. Such power is not any weaker than the Alliance Master. No wonder both of them are unwilling to continue the fight. If they really continue the fight, both of them will suffer great losses. That's right. But in fact, the Alliance Master has already lost. He just did not continue the fight to save his face. The Alliance Master's strength is at the Void God realm while that monstrous genius is only at the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign realm. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yeah. We have forgotten about this. We shouldn't have done that. This guy is too heaven-defying. Although this battle was not as earth-shattering as they had imagined, it was still exciting. Both of them only used one move to turn the awkward situation into friendship. Moreover, Moling Dongchen might not be able to gain any advantage if he continued the fight with Jiang Qin. This was something that Moling Dongchen understood very well. Thanks for letting me win. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Jiang Qin took a glance at the 100,000 immortal sovereigns below the Tianzhu Peak and followed Long Shan into the Tianzhu Peak. Boss, we have been guarding the Tianzhu Peak for many days. If we don't go in, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get anything. Yeah, boss. Among the 12 peaks of Tianyin, only the Tianzhu Peak has not been entered yet. Even the Tianlan Peak has been entered. This guy obviously wants to be the champion. He wants to take all the treasures for himself. These two are too greedy. That's a divine treasure of God Emperor level. The treasures inside are definitely beyond our imagination. Boss, don't hesitate anymore. More and more people began to instigate Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen was very clear that there must be a very tempting divine treasure on the Tianzhu Peak. Otherwise, why would these two people guard this place at all costs? You bastard! Where have you been for such a long time? It's so hard for me to find you. Long Shan punched Jiang Qin and scolded jokingly. This divine tomb is really strange. If you can walk, leave this place as soon as possible and enter the divine world. I always feel that there's some kind of power here that we can't fight against. Those terrifying divine souls are definitely not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin shook his head and said solemnly. You're right. But now, I can't leave this place yet. Long Shan said in a deep voice. Why? What are you thinking? Even if you're powerful, it's impossible for you to fight against so many people. Why do you want to guard this Tianzhu Peak? Jiang Qin knew that Long Shan would not do useless things. He must have his own difficulties. Long Shan looked solemn and did not say anything. Come with me first. Dragon Shan brought Jiang Qin to the front of a divine temple. The divine temple was about 10 zhang high, as if it was embedded in the mountain. Although it was already in ruins, it was still filled with a majestic and overbearing aura. The whole divine temple was covered with spider webs and the red paint had fallen off. Even the door had become dilapidated and covered with dust. Even the plaque at the front of the divine temple was drooping. What is this place? Chapter 2133. In front of the temple, in the center, there was a white jade statue. It was more than 7 zhang tall, and there was a person holding a primordial golden cudgel in his hand. He was in high spirits, stepping on the void, surrounded by clouds and mist. His battle intent was high, and his cudgel was pointed at the sky. Especially his eyes, although they were made of white jade, their charm and domineering aura were unparalleled, looking down on the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Qin could feel a great pressure coming from it. Most importantly, this white jade statue looked very similar to Long Shan. Can you feel it? I seem to have a deep relationship with him. Ever since I came here, I felt that I must protect him, protect this temple. I don't know when he appeared here, and I don't know when he will disappear. But as long as he is here, I will protect this place. He is like a family member to me. I feel that since I came to this world, everything is destined. This place is like my shore. If I leave, this temple will definitely be destroyed. The passage to Tianzhu Peak is behind this statue. It's a bit magical. This statue does look like you. But to be honest, do you think you have anything to do with this place? Jiang Qin asked in a low voice. At this moment, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. This divine statue was definitely not a nameless figure when it was still alive. It was definitely a powerful figure. Being able to become a divine statue here meant that it was not a simple person. Even the protectors of this place were all hierarch experts. However, there were no protectors of this Tianzhu peak. Although there is no guardian here, I am the guardian of this place. Even if I die, I will protect this place, as if this is my home. I have a mission to protect it. Long Shan murmured with tears in his eyes. I don't know why, but I feel very sad. Little Chenzi, I have never felt this way before. If he is really my family, then where do I come from? My father and mother, who are they? Jiang Chen could understand Long Shan's feelings at this moment. Because in his heart, he was like a natural stone monkey. But did he really have no parents? He felt that it was impossible for him to be born from the heavens. Everyone has parents, and no one is an exception. The white jade statue in front of Long Shan was like his faith. Once the white jade statue fell, his faith in the pursuit of his parents and loved ones would also fall. Look, there are words on the white jade statue. Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. The north wind blows, and the snow swirls in the air. The heavens can shed their tears first. At the jade pool gathering, they were drunk. The mandarin ducks of the past flew separately. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Sad. 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 With a red sleeve, there was no way to separate from sorrow, and the wind was bleak and desolate. Every inch of the liver and intestines is broken, the blue clouds rise one after another, soaring to the sky. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret. Long Shan gently stroked the words on the white jade statue and murmured. At this moment, 2 drops of tears actually fell from the eyes of the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. These were the tears that fell from the white jade statue. Although Long Shan didn't notice it, he saw it clearly. This white jade statue was really too mystical. Monkey, monkey, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, Long Shan seemed to be in a daze. The temple was about to collapse, but he was still standing there motionlessly. Jiang Chen wanted to pull Long Shan, but Long Shan was as still as a mountain. When he touched the white jade statue, it started to crack inch by inch. Fingers, arms, and finally, even the head of the white jade statue fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At this moment, a golden rod appeared from the body of the white jade statue. Long Shan's iron rod was instantly sucked into the golden rod. It was dazzling and colorful. Finally, the entire temple stopped shaking. The light was dazzling. Unparalleled divine rod, wishful needle. Golden light bloomed and 8 huge words suddenly rose into the air before dissipating in the void. Long Shan reached out his hand and the unparalleled divine rod was kept in his hand. The shadow of the rod overlapped and the might of the rod was mighty and unstoppable. The injuries on Long Shan's body seemed to be covered by the golden light. His injuries instantly healed and his aura continued to rise. This is indeed a great fortune. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He knew that the unparalleled divine rod's might was unstoppable. It was comparable to a divine tool. Even the heavenly dragon sword seemed to be inferior to it. This was Long Shan's fortune or fate. This statue must be closely related to him. It was just that they did not know about it. Moreover, Long Shan's iron rod had fused with the divine rod in the statue. This meant that there was a great connection between the two. Long Shan's body was also extremely clear. His strength continued to rise and finally stopped at the peak of early void god realm. Long Shan slowly opened his eyes. The white jade statue in front of him had already turned into powder. The unparalleled divine rod in his hand was also extremely overbearing. The light was dimmed but the might could not be concealed. At this moment, Longshan was like an immemorial war god. His gaze became extremely sharp and overbearing. Everything has ended. Longshan slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of the white jade statue. He is my father. He is dead, but his divine soul did not perish and did not enter the divine tomb. In the end, his soul was destroyed by that person. This white jade statue is the last trace of his soul seed. Longshan's voice was a little hoarse. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Qin could feel that this fella seemed to know a lot of things. What did my father do wrong? Why did you kill him? Longshan's roar was like thunder, deafening. At this moment, the entire divine temple finally calmed down. Little Chinzi, did I lose my composure? Longshan kept the unparalleled divine rod and murmured with a bitter smile. Who are they? Jiang Qin asked. The enemies who killed my father. One day, I will kill them again. Jiang Qin wanted to ask more, but Longshan only said so much. He knew that Longshan was trying to protect him. There were some things that Longshan wanted to bear by himself. He did not want to implicate Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's current strength wasn't strong enough, in the future, Jiang Qin's grudge would be his grudge. The grudge of his father's death was absolutely irreconcilable. One day, he would stand beside Jiang Qin and fight alongside him. Jiang Qin heavily patted on Longshan's shoulder. Longshan also smiled, as if he had returned to being the unparalleled monkey who laughed and scolded angrily. I'm afraid that the divine treasury of Tianzhu Peak is not simple. Now that the divine temple has been destroyed and my father's statue has been destroyed, it's time for us to go to the divine treasury. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing for you. If my brother and I fight to the death with you, I think at least one of us will be heavily injured. This shouldn't be what you want to see, right? Jiang Qin said with a gloomy face. He looked very aggrieved. But at this moment, they were under the eaves. Their skills were not as good as theirs. So, they could only retreat. The 3 of them looked at each other with a dignified expression. They were very clear that the 2 of them were not weak. Once a life and death battle broke out, even if they managed to kill one of them, they would definitely be severely injured. Who would be the one to stop them? Who would be willing to sacrifice at this moment? What a joke. None of them were willing. As long as you give way to the divine treasures of Tianzhu Peak, we won't kill you. Moling Dongqin said. We're going in too. This is our final bottom line. Otherwise, at worst, we'll fight to the death and fight to the death. Chapter 2135. Moling Dongqin and the others pondered over it again and again. They did not stop Jiang Qin and Longshan. After all, if the 2 of them were to fight to the death, the loss would outweigh the gain. No one wanted to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like letting the others reap the benefits? Moreover, after entering Tianzhu Peak, even if there were divine treasures, only those who were capable would be able to get it. Whoever had the bigger fist would be able to stand firm. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they entered. Whether they could get a share of the loot or not, it would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Most of their people were here. So, Moling Dongqin and the others were not worried about their backup. All right. I hope you know your limits. Xiong Badian said proudly. He snorted coldly, carried his blood-red giant axe and flew towards Tianzhu Peak. Moling Dongqin and Zhan Lingyun looked at each other and smiled. They then followed suit. Seems like someone finally stepped in for us. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of terrifying battle it would be. Longshan curled his lips and said with a sigh. Now, it's up to their luck. Tianju Peak is not an easy place to break through. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. With someone taking the lead, they were naturally willing to hide at the back. Ha ha ha. Stupid monkey. In the end, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. To think that you can think of monopolizing Tianju Peak. I'll go first. He's just being arrogant. When a true expert arrives, doesn't he still have to make way for them? He's just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With the presence of the 3 Alliance Lords, he needs to have the guts to continue. You're right. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, the divine treasures might be taken by someone else. Quick, follow them. We're the first batch to enter the divine treasures of Tianju Peak. Ha ha ha. Countless people flocked to the peak. Out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns, only 100 of them could fly. The rest of them were running as if they were flying, rapidly ascending the Tianju Peak. After all, this was a place of treasures. If they were late by a step, they might not even get to enjoy the soup. Seeing more and more people ascending Tianju Peak, Jiang Chen and Long Shan looked at each other and smiled. A real massacre was about to begin. The news of Tianju Peak being breached had spread to many places in an instant. Countless experts began to rush towards this place. After all, everyone wanted a piece of the pie here. As long as one was able to enter the Tianju Peak, one would definitely gain something. After all, in the entire Mithraea Mountain, only the Tianlan Peak and the Tianju Peak were able to enter the divine treasury, and these 2 peaks were controlled by powerful experts. At this moment, many rogue cultivators who did not belong to any organization began to think of ways to enter the Tianju Peak, hoping to gain something. After all, who would dare to look down on the divine treasures of a divine emperor? Even an early void god would find it hard to resist the protection of a hierarch's divine soul. Unless they were powerful experts, otherwise, they would only become nourishment for the divine soul experts. Little Chinzi, what should we do? Should we go in? Dragon Shan darted a glance at Jiang Chen and said. If they didn't go in now, they might fall behind the others when they entered the hall later. What's the rush? These guys are waiting to die. Do you want me to send you off? Get lost. Damn it. I don't want to die at such a young age. Long Shan laughed and scolded. Wait. Right now, there aren't many opportunities. I think there's definitely a great danger inside. You've also sensed it before. This place is extraordinary. We'd rather believe it than not. Even the early void god experts could only run away in panic, barely keeping their lives. Most of them were buried in Tianju Peak forever. 20 middle void god divine souls swept across the place with unstoppable momentum. 9th grade immortal sovereigns were basically killed or injured upon contact. They did not even have the strength to fight back. This had caused a one-sided massacre on Tianju Peak. It was a tragic scene that was too horrible to look at. Countless people were crying and screaming as they ran away. However, there were even more people who died on Tianju Peak. Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing everywhere. At this moment, no matter if they were 9th grade immortal sovereigns or void gods, all of them had lost their dignity. Being able to walk out of the Tianju Peak alive was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Chapter 2136. Even though the void god experts had started to organize a counterattack, the result was minimal. Hundreds of void god experts could only stop these divine souls and delay their massacre. In the end, nearly 30,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns were killed. The result was shocking to the hearts of the people. This scene could only mean that greedy people had to say goodbye to this world forever. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Since greed was born, they were destined to brush shoulders with the god of death. 3 out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns were gone. Even Moling Dongqin and the others took a deep breath when they saw the horrifying death rate. Because more and more people had died at the foot of the Tianzhu Peak. The 20 divine souls fought against these void god experts as if they were invincible. However, the result was that they were forced to retreat again and again. These divine souls are too powerful. Even if the 3 of us were to take action, I'm afraid that it would be quite difficult to deal with 20 divine souls. Zhang Lingyun took a deep breath and his expression became extremely ugly. If they were to take action at this moment, they might not be able to take down these 20 divine souls. Most importantly, these divine souls were all middle void gods. If they were to charge at the very beginning, even the 3 of them would be heavily injured. Zhang Lingyun and Zhang Lingyun gasped. Xiong Badian looked at the divine souls from afar with lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not charge at the first moment. Otherwise, even he would be severely injured. These 2 fellows might have already known that this place is scarier than any other place. That's why they have been guarding this place. Moling Dongqin suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. Don't look at us like that. If we knew about this, do you think that this would happen? Even if all of us gathered together, we might not be able to kill these 20 godly souls. You can imagine what level of godly souls there are if there are any more dangers inside. Jiang Chen said Lang Lang. Facing the questioning gazes of the 3 people, he also strolled leisurely and stood proudly, without the slightest fear. Moling Dongqin became silent. Indeed, what Jiang Chen said was right. Previously, they had encountered a hierarch divine soul on Tianlan Peak that was comparable to a peak middle void god. It was only a step away from the late void god realm. However, this divine soul had severely injured more than a dozen void god experts. Such combat strength could be said to be peerless and unparalleled. Especially in the divine tomb, the stronger one's divine soul was, the greater the pressure they would feel. The protectors had the absolute strength of a late void god. It was needless to say how dangerous the divine treasury was. He's right, but we're already like an arrow on the bowstring, we have no choice but to take action. I, Zhang Lingyun, will definitely enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice and looked at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's words were beautiful, he still felt that Jiang Chen was scheming something. Even if Jiang Chen did not know about the dangers of the Tianzhu Peak, he should know that this place was not a safe place. Jiang Chen did not expect that these divine souls would be this terrifying. 20 divine souls, in less than half an hour, had harvested nearly 30,000 divine souls. This scene was incomparably magnificent, but it also made people feel numb. Even somewhat unbearable. After all, these were all lives. Although he was not a kind person, those 100,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns had broken through layers of shackles and stepped on the immortal path to enter the divine tomb, all for a chance to become a god. To put it bluntly, these people were just innocent people. Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people, but he did not kill innocent people. These people did not necessarily deserve to die. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, the giant axe in my hand will not be merciful. Xiong Badian said fiercely. Stinking idiot, why are you pretending to be a big shot? If you are not convinced, let's fight again. Long Shisan waved the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and sneered. If Jiang Chen did not ask him to lose on purpose, it would not be difficult for him to defeat this bastard. It's just a dead monkey. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xiong Badian obviously had other thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, with his ruthless character, he would have already fought with Long Shisan to teach him a lesson. Let's not waste any more time. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Let's enter the Tianzhu Peak as soon as possible while these divine souls are still fighting. Otherwise, we may not have such a good opportunity later. Zhang Lingyun looked at Moling Dongqin and Xiong Badian and said. Although the three of them belonged to different camps, they were the most solid allies right now. Because none of them could guarantee that they could enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun and the other two summoned their 20 void god underlings and entered the divine treasure path of the Tianzhu Peak. These guys can't wait any longer. Long Shan said faintly. But, I pity those innocent immortal sovereigns. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. Monkey, let's give them some good fortune. Do you have the confidence to fight against these 20 middle void god divine souls if we join hands? Jiang Chen looked at Long Shan with fiery eyes. Looking down on me. I'm a void god now. The iron staff in my hand is enough to fight against 10 of them. As for you, if you can't do it, give me 2 of them. Ha ha ha. Long Shan said proudly and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You're just a loser. Since when did you win against me? I'm a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Killing a void god like you is as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shan. Long Shan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Let's see who can kill more. Little Chenzi, don't look down on me this time. Master Monkey is a peerless sovereign emperor that's going to step into the 9 heavens. I'll show you the real battle saint technique with this strike. Long Shan was full of confidence. He stepped on the void and swept his unparalleled divine staff across the universe. Layers of staff shadows pressed against the 20 middle void god divine souls. Good. Looks like he's really gained a lot from the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Long Shan had entered the void god realm, but his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. This guy's battle saint technique was even more powerful than before. Every strike of the unparalleled divine staff had increased his combat strength by quite a bit. He should not be underestimated. Help! Help! Boss, help! Alliance Lord, you can't abandon us. Are we going to die? Alliance Lord and the rest have run away. Who can save us? These divine souls are too powerful. How can we, 9th grade immortal sovereigns, resist them? Many of them had already given up resisting at this moment, because Moling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun had already brought the true void god experts into the Tianzhu Peak. As for the rest of them, they had been mercilessly abandoned. As for these divine souls, they raised their blades and killed 9th grade immortal sovereigns without showing any mercy. Only at this moment did these people truly understand that they had become useless sacrificial pawns. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 2137. The eyes of these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were filled with loneliness and helplessness, as well as resentment and anger of being abandoned. But helplessly, everything was useless. Death seemed to have become insignificant to them. More than 40,000 of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns had died, almost half of them had died. The destructive power of this group of terrifying divine souls was really too strong. Eat this Master Monkey's staff. Long Shan descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. His staff shook the heavens and was extremely ruthless. Lowly humans. The leader of the divine souls sneered and said. He raised his hand to receive Long Shan's peerless divine staff. In an instant, the divine soul was sent flying away by Long Shan's staff. Everyone took a deep breath. The entire foot of Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Look! Is that the monkey? No way. Since when did he become so strong? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this while? Even the Alliance Lord might not be able to destroy a divine soul with a single strike. This monkey is simply way too scary. Does that mean we're saved again? In their eyes, Long Shan seemed to have turned into a peerless expert, descending from the sky and charging into the group of divine souls, fighting against the 9 heavens. You bunch of lowly immortal sovereigns, scolding you is not unnecessary. If it wasn't because of little Chinzi's mercy, I wouldn't care even if you guys died 100 times. However, Longsher San was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. He would not care about these things at this moment. Here I come. Jiang Qin was barehanded. His hand seals were formed continuously. The slaughtered dragon seal smiled proudly at the heavens. Death chi surged and pierced through the clouds. With a punch, the dragon seal was reborn. At this moment, even Jiang Qin did not expect that the slaughtered dragon seal could kill a mid-void god divine soul. Moreover, this kind of suppression seemed to be a natural restraint. As the divine soul expert died, Jiang Chen's hand seals became brighter and brighter, becoming stronger than before. What a terrifying seal! This time, not only the spectating 9th grade immortal sovereigns, even Longsher San was shocked. Since when did this guy's slaughtered dragon seal become so powerful? Moreover, it was filled with the aura of death. As soon as Jiang Qin and Longsher San attacked, they decisively killed off a divine soul expert. Then, the two of them instantly took over the battlefield. With their terrifying combat strength, they directly battled 18 divine soul experts. Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal was incomparably heaven-defying, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He killed 3 in a row, and he didn't even use the second move. Once the slaughtered dragon seal was unleashed, it was as if ghosts and gods were crying, sweeping through everything. Longsher San's expression gradually became solemn. This guy did not lose to him at all. It seemed that even if he was a 9th grade immortal sovereign, Longsher San would not have the confidence to defeat him. This abnormal guy had once again defied the heavens. Even the void god Longsher San became fearful. These two people are like lions that descended from the heavens. We're finally saved. 10,000 years of cultivation, we finally don't have to go down in flames. Many of them were so excited that they shed tears. Not all of them were filled with malice, some of them had no choice but to do so. Millions of years of cultivation, if they were to be lost here, it would really dishearten them. Only by going with the flow, one could only grow in a big environment, and only then would one be able to avoid those dangers. Humans must rely on themselves to rise up and possess greater strength. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in everyone's heart. Many of them knew that it would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the divine treasures, and they might even lose their lives here. Now, it seems like choosing to stay here was the safest choice. In the end, only 50 early void god experts chose to follow Jiang Qin and enter the road to the divine treasures. The rest of them stayed at the foot of the peak to cultivate. Many of them had indeed touched the doorstep of the void god realm, and their strength had increased a lot. Therefore, staying here was the best choice. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn as he looked at the Tianzhu peak that was shrouded in haze. More than 40,000 heroic spirits had died with hatred, causing the entire Tianzhu peak to be shrouded in haze, and the atmosphere was eerie. With my divine soul, I will lead all of you, with my death chi, I will destroy the heavens. The dragon seal in Jiang Chen's hand surged, pointing towards the sky. More than 10,000 souls were attached to Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal before their souls dissipated, and eventually turned into nothingness. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal was not corroded by the evil qi. Instead, it became a great killing weapon of righteousness. Chapter 2138. Longsher San's lips twitched. He could feel that Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal was gradually solidifying. Moreover, that terrifying killing intent seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart, causing the heavens to salute and all living beings to worship it. This monstrous genius. Longsher San let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen was his enemy, he might not even know how he died. Even though he had entered the void god realm and possessed a divine weapon, he was still wary of this guy. From today onwards, it seems like I have no choice but to accept it. Long San sighed, but his expression was filled with joy. He was naturally happy that Jiang Qin was strong, because he was his brother. He kept his aura and the slaughter dragon seal. At this moment, even Jiang Qin had a domineering desire to compete with the heavens. However, he knew that the slaughter dragon seal was too powerful. Even a late void god expert might not be able to withstand it. This was one of his trump cards. The slaughter dragon seal was able to absorb divine souls and 40,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereign souls. It was out of his expectation. In other words, once the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, it would be able to suppress divine soul experts. Tianzhu Peak, the entrance of the divine treasury. It led straight to the bottom of the mountain range. It was deep and cold, extending all the way down, with 9 twists and 18 turns. This place really makes people feel cold all over their bodies. Don't tell me this god's treasury is a place of evil spirits. Someone said with a solemn expression. Yeah, this is definitely an ominous place. Could there be some kind of evil spirits here? Those divine souls are too strong, we can't resist them at all. Get out if you don't dare to go in. A bunch of cowards. Thinking about the divine treasury but not daring to take a step in. Do you people deserve to enter the divine world? Even if you enter the divine world, I'm afraid you'll only become a stepping stone for the experts. Long San said disdainfully. This group of people really made him feel ashamed. Shirsan's words made the group fall into silence. They were somewhat embarrassed. They were the ones who requested to enter the divine treasury, but now, they seemed to be afraid of the slightest thing. Jiang Qin remained calm and did not say anything. Although he felt that this place was quite strange, he had to go in. It was not easy to get the peerless divine treasury of a divine emperor. If it was a peak divine emperor expert, no one would be able to enter it. Unfortunately, the divine soul of a divine emperor expert had fallen into the divine tomb. That was why there was a divine emperor's divine treasury. If he really was a god emperor, then even in the god world, he would be someone above the 9 heavens that could not be provoked. Let's go in. Moling Dongchen and the others have already gone in. We can't be left behind. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked at the front with Long San. The deep and cold underground cave was quite narrow. At most, 3 or 4 people could pass through at the same time. The cave was winding and extended downwards. The pressure on Jiang Qin was getting greater and greater. There might be something that even they could not fight against hidden here. Be careful. Don't let any accidents happen. Jiang Qin reminded Long San and the others beside him. Dozens of people followed behind Jiang Qin carefully. At this moment, Jiang Qin could even feel a chill coming from the end of the cave. It was so dangerous that it made people shiver. The surrounding rock walls were all blood red in color. It was cold and dark. They could only see it clearly with their super eyesight. The divine tomb was originally dark and gloomy. It was even scarier in the underground. Water droplets dripped down from the rock walls. The sound of dripping was quite rhythmic. Jiang Qin walked for almost 4 hours before he finally saw the end. This was an underground world of ice and snow. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. However, the light had become much brighter and the space had also become much larger. In the distance, there was an incomparably large open space that was sealed in ice for thousands of miles, stretching as far as the eye could see. This underground world was quite strange. However, it was really shocking to see such a vast area. On the ice road in the distance, there were 4 giant beasts with long blue tails. They were about 10 feet tall. Their legs were standing on the ground and their claws were unusually fierce. They were like ferocious dragons and hungry tigers. Their blue bodies were flowing with light and they looked extremely domineering. Look, the three of them seemed to be surrounded by these giant beasts. Long Shan said with a smirk. These giant beasts are very powerful. These four giant beasts are comparable to middle void gods. They are not divine souls but real giant beasts that exist in the divine soul world. A real middle void god has the advantage of the right time and the right place. Once their strength erupts, they might even be comparable to a late void god. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. These giant beasts were not formed by divine souls. They were real existences. The cold air coming from their mouths was extremely terrifying. If one were to be touched by the cold air, one would instantly turn into ice and be frozen. In the distance, at the end of Bing Dao's line of sight, there was an incomparably ancient bronze gate. Although it had long been covered in ice and snow, the Swanee and Yazi beside it were still vigorous and had an intimidating presence. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The real divine treasury might be behind that bronze door. These guys are too disgusting. The three of us joined hands but we are still not their match. It's as if they have no weakness at all. Xiong Badian said angrily. At this moment, his body was trembling. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. There were traces of ice blades all over his body. He had been frozen 4 times. If it wasn't for his strong body, he might have already fallen to the ground. Even so, Xiong Badian was trembling and his face was filled with fear. In a short period of time, if he could not get rid of these big guys, he might die here. On the other side, Zhang Lingyun and Moling Dongqin were not having a good time either. Both of them were heavily injured and their bodies were covered with scars. They were no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as they were at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. We must think of a way. Otherwise, we might fail miserably. There are no late void god divine souls here but these big guys are not any weaker than a late void god divine soul. Moling Dongqin said in a low voice with a solemn expression. In such a desperate situation, they thought of Jiang Chen and Long Shan. If these two guys were here, they might not be in such a miserable situation. Guys, look. It's that damn monkey. Zhang Lingyun's eyes lit up. At this moment, his eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, brother monkey, what are you waiting for? Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice. Moling Dongqin and Xiong Badian followed his gaze and saw Jiang Qin and Long Shan standing at the front. Behind them, there were more than 10 people. All of them were early void gods. That's right. What are you waiting for? Xiong Badian roared in anger and said. Who do you think you are? Big guy, even if you die, I can still go over. You can't even defeat these 4 watchdogs and you want me to help you. Who was the one who wanted to kill me in the past? Which bastard? How could I forget? Now, a tiger that has fallen to the plains is being bullied by dogs. TSK TSK TSK. To be more precise, a dog that has fallen to the plains. Ha ha ha. You want me to help you? Pfft. What a fool's dream. Chapter 2139. Xiong Badian was infuriated by Long Shan and he still had to deal with the 4 long-tailed beasts. He was completely exhausted. Moling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun smiled bitterly. At this time, Shan obviously wanted to watch the show. It was true that Xiong Badian was not friendly to him before. Now that he was here to help him, he even spoke to him in such a rude manner. It was as if his brain was filled with dog shit. Seems like this Xiong Badian is really courting death. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Long Shan. Don't expect to have a good life after offending this guy. He was naturally on his brother's side. What does Xiong Baishan's life or death have to do with him? My two brothers, I hope that you can kill these 4 huge beasts together on account that we're fellow Taoists from the immortal world. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to pass. These beasts are simply too fast and ferocious. It's hard for us to defeat them alone. Zhang Lingyun's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the 4 long-tailed giant beasts swept towards them, making the 3 of them run for their lives. They looked like stray dogs. Fuck you. If you don't save me, you won't be able to pass. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Xiong Badian said without giving up. I think you can't hold on any longer. I'm not afraid of you when you're alive. What can you do when you're dead? Jiang Chen sneered and snorted. At this moment, Xiong Badian was speechless. He knew that it was impossible for him to invite these 2 ancestors. What are you guys waiting for? Sun Yang, Guan Zhe, Li Shi, Feng Quan, come and help us. Do you want me to peel off your skin? Xiong Badian looked at the 4 people behind Jiang Qin. They were his 4 subordinates. You betrayed us and left us at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Do you still have the face to order us around? If it weren't for Jiang Qin and Long San, our 100,000 divine soldiers would have died at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Feng Quan gritted his teeth and said. He hated Xiong Badian to the bone. That's right. People like you deserve to die. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Sun Yang also said fiercely. This time, Xiong Badian was completely dispirited because he was now like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up and no one was willing to help him. Moreover, he was the weakest among the 3 of them. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun could still hold on for a while, but he had already fallen into a crisis. Roar! The beast roared like thunder and spat out a mouthful of cold air, freezing Xiong Badian. With a swipe of its claws, Xiong Baishan's arm was torn apart, causing blood to flow everywhere. However, everyone on the scene was already used to it. None of the experts, even the 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb, had to kill hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. They had to step on skeletons to reach the highest peak. Xiong Badian roared in agony. The blood-red giant axe in his hand was thrown away by the beast. He could only stagger to avoid the beast's attack. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun were extremely careful, but they were still injured. What an idiot! Zhang Lingyun said while gritting his teeth. He was exasperated that Jiang Qin did not meet his expectations. Initially, he thought that he could persuade Jiang Qin to help them. After all, this was a fair game. If Jiang Qin was not willing to participate, then they would definitely become the meal of these 4 beasts. However, this guy insisted on provoking Jiang Qin and that monkey. Wasn't he just seeking his own death? Moreover, even his former subordinates had betrayed him. In other words, they were no longer the people they used to be. It was Jiang Qin and Long San who gave them a new life. Even Zhang Lingyun knew very well how dangerous his situation was. Those people would no longer listen to his orders. Xiong Badian cried for his parents. His original toughness had disappeared at this moment. Save me, save me. Xiong Baishan's tragic cry reverberated on the profound ancient ice path. He was smashed by another beast, creating a deep ravine on the ice path. Save me. I beg you, Grandpa Monkey, save me. I, Xiong Badian, have been invincible in the immortal world for my entire life. I am not willing. I am not willing to die here. I don't even know which way the gate of the divine world opens. Save me. I beg you, save me. I'll do anything for you. Xiong Badian lost his usual elegance because he could see that Jiang Qin and the others did not intend to help him. If that was the case, he would definitely die. he had cultivated for thousands of years. Was he going to die here? How could he be willing? No. No. I am not willing. Xiong Badian roared in rage as he brandished his giant axe. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. One long-tailed beast was more than enough to defeat him. The blood-red axe landed on the body of the long-tailed beast, but it didn't even leave a mark on it. On the contrary, he was sent flying a few hundred meters away. His expression was ugly, and blood was spurting out from his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. When you mercilessly abandoned your subordinates, did you ever think about how unresigned they were? 100,000 divine soldiers. In less than an hour, more than half of them died. Didn't they cultivate for thousands of years to enter the divine tomb? How much hatred do they have? Do you know? A selfish person like you will never understand the true meaning of empathizing with others. Jiang Qin smiled, his words were filled with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Xiong Badian could no longer listen to him, because he was struck by the long-tailed beast and turned into a pile of meat. His blood splashed all over the profound ancient ice path. Xiong Badian was dead, and his Tao was gone. In Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's point of view, Xiong Badian deserved it. Moling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun did not have any sympathy for him. They only cared if Jiang Qin would help them. At this moment, Moling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun seemed to see a glimmer of hope. At least they did not have any enmity with Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. Brother Jiang, Brother Long. I hope you can lend us a hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight against this long-tailed beast on our own. Moling Dongchen finally spoke. He knew that it was useless to say anything because Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were definitely the kind of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xiong Badian, this arrogant and conceited fellow, died a worthy death. Long Shisan wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Qin. Long Shisan knew that although it would be difficult for him to join hands with Jiang Qin, at least they were in an invincible position. However, Jiang Qin thought otherwise. He did not want to reveal his full strength so early. It was definitely not a good thing for him. At least at this moment, he felt that Moling Dongchen was somewhat unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength. All right. Chapter 2140. Kakaka, my hands have been itching for a long time. See how your grandpa monkey will torture you guys to death. Long Shisan laughed wildly. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand and swept it in all directions. His aura became unstoppable. Thanks a lot. Zhan Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen's eyes lit up. If Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were willing to lend a hand, the current situation would at least be stabilized. There were still dozens of early void god experts. These four long-tailed giant beasts would definitely not be their match. Long Shisan took the lead and struck with his staff. The damage was off the charts, causing one of the long-tailed giant beasts to retreat for a few hundred meters. Awoo! A blood-curdling screech filled the sky. The other three long-tailed giant beasts also launched a fierce attack on Long Shisan at this moment. On the contrary, the pressure on Zhan Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen was reduced quite a bit. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to take action. His heavenly dragon sword swept in all directions. Although it was not enough to kill the long-tailed giant beasts in an instant, it brought them great pressure. With the addition of dozens of void god experts, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He swung his sword in all directions. Although there was nothing special about him, he was the only ninth-grade immortal sovereign here. Compared to Long Shisan and the others, he was quite ordinary. However, even Long Shisan did not dare to look down on Jiang Chen. It's just that Jiang Chen did not want to reveal his full strength at this moment. In the divine tomb, there were too many unknown dangers and opponents. Hence, one had to be careful at all times. Now that they were in the divine treasury, one had to be careful at all times. Everyone could become one's enemy. Even Mo Ling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun were the same. Jiang Qin would not have saved them if he did not want to hide his true strength. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the iron law of this world. No one could go against it. Jiang Qin, Long Shisan, Moling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun had great battle strength. The four long-tailed giant beasts fell into a passive position. Especially Long Shisan, his staff was earth-shattering and unparalleled. Such battle strength shocked Mo Ling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun. It was obvious that he had concealed his true strength when he was fighting against Xiong Badian. Now that his strength was overwhelming, if he were to fight against Xiong Badian again, he would surely kill Xiong Badian at lightning speed. However, this was still not Dragon Shirsan's full strength. It was at most 70% of his strength. Jiang Qin did this to stop Moling Dongqin and the other two. Otherwise, without sufficient strength, he wouldn't be taken seriously. Have a taste of my staff. Long Shirsan's laughter was like thunder. He stepped on the void and swung his staff down with great force. One of the long-tailed giant beasts was hit dizzily. Its body trembled and it fell to the ground, twitching. The long-tailed giant beast breathed out cold air and froze Jiang Qin. However, the five elemental true fire in Jiang Qin's body instantly turned into ice water. The long-tailed giant beast swept away thousands of soldiers. Jiang Qin did not slow down. He swung his heavenly dragon sword continuously and chopped off a section of the beast's tail. The long-tailed giant beast roared and rolled away. On the other side, Mo Ling Dongqin did not hold back either. He faced one of the long-tailed giant beasts by himself. Both of them displayed their might. Although they were slightly injured, it was not a big deal. After all, both of them were stronger than Xiong Badian. The four of them charged forward and completed a counterattack. The long-tailed giant beasts had fallen into a passive situation. The four long-tailed giant beasts roared continuously. The entire mysterious ancient ice path became extremely gloomy and terrifying. Ice and snow collapsed. The four long-tailed giant beasts were killed by Long Shirsan with a single strike. After the four long-tailed giant beasts died, their huge bodies gradually turned into ice and snow and merged into the mysterious ancient ice path. Such a strange long-tailed giant beast. Jiang Qin frowned his eyebrows and wore a solemn expression. The people behind him were also on standby. The long-tailed giant beasts were defeated and disappeared from the heavens and earth in an instant. The situation here was even more terrifying. In the distance, Jiang Qin stared at the bronze door in front of him. Awaken and the Yazi, both mighty and majestic. They were over 10 zhang tall, guarding the bronze door. The bronze door was covered in ice and snow. However, one could vaguely see that the bronze door was 30 zhang tall, just like the southern heavenly gate. It was incomparably majestic, as if it was peerless in the heavens and earth. Behind the bronze door should be the real divine treasury. Zhang Lingyun squinted his eyes. After coming this far and experiencing a battle of life and death, he had to give it his all. The bronze door was right in front of him. Whether there was a divine treasury behind it or not, he had to take a step forward and investigate. In that case, let's see exactly what's hidden behind the bronze door. Is there really a divine emperor-level divine treasury? Mo Ling Dongqin said calmly. I can't wait any longer. Little Chinzi, let's go. Long Shirsan stared at the bronze door and said. Jiang Qin took a step forward and stood at the front. The wind howled, sweeping the surrounding ice and snow into the air. The bronze door had two handles that were around 1 zhang tall. Even though they were a few hundred meters away, they could still see them clearly. The two ancient demonic beasts, the sons of the dragon god, Swan Ni and Chi Zi, also revealed their ferocious and lifelike appearances. Their crystalline eyes seemed to be staring at everyone, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. The mystical ancient ice path is indeed strange. The howling of the wind is like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It's so scary. Isn't that right? This profound ancient ice path is surrounded by ice and snow. With such a huge space underground, shouldn't there be a sea of flames? Why would there be an endless ice field? Don't talk nonsense. The four long-tailed giant beasts have been killed by us. Now that the bronze door is within our reach, are we going to retreat? That's right. The divine treasury is right in front of us. Whoever retreats is a fool. Many void god experts nodded and said. Even though they were frightened by the howling of the wind, no one was willing to retreat. Humans are greedy by nature. How could they obtain the real divine treasury without greed? Brother Jiangqin, what do you think? Mo Ling Dongqin said in a deep voice as he looked at Jiangqin. He had heard about this bronze door from a peerless senior. In the divine tomb, there's a peerless bronze door. However, he did not know if this bronze door was the one he knew. If it was, it would definitely be a shocking scene. Let's go. We've already come this far. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 2141. This bronze door was like an incomparably gigantic killing formation, as though it was there to kill the immortals and gods from the 9 heavens. It was filled with a mysterious feeling, especially that faintly discernible aura. It was as though this place was hell itself. Thinking of hell, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. To the divine world, wasn't this place hell? How could it be so easy for people to pass through hell? One would have to go through a near-death experience to get rid of this comfort and enter the divine world. Every expert from the immortal world had to pass through layers of tests to enter the divine world. Only 1 in 10,000 survived, which made the divine tomb even more mysterious and terrifying. Not to mention, the divine treasury of a god emperor must be extraordinary as well. The gate of hell, a peerless killing formation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of these words. No one knew what was hidden behind this door. Perhaps, it could be said that no one had ever entered this place before. This was because this door seemed to have existed for thousands of years. No one had ever entered this place before. At least, it seemed to be a taboo existence before them. Danger must exist. If one wanted to obtain the divine treasury, it would not be a smooth journey. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to enter this place? This place is definitely not ordinary. Once you enter, it might be a path of no return. Jiang Qin said faintly. Since we're already here, even if we know that there's a tiger in the mountain, we should still go in and take a look. Zhang Lingyun said with a smile. He wasn't afraid at all. After all, he was strong and he had someone to rely on. However, those who followed Jiang Chen hesitated. Jiang Chen's words were very obvious. He was telling them that he couldn't protect them from the dangers here. They could only take care of themselves. But in the end, these people were greedy. They came here for the divine treasury, who would be willing to retreat. Once they retreated, even if it wasn't a bottomless abyss, it would be fear in their hearts. On the path of cultivation, it would become an insurmountable moat in the future. If they advance, they would be high-spirited and full of danger. If they retreat, they would be fearful without a fight. Nobody was willing to be a coward. A fighter must advance with indomitable will. We're already here. Brother Jiang Qin, we'll follow you. If it weren't for you, we would have become wandering ghosts in the tomb of the god of sin. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at Longsher San, signaling him to be careful. Long Shersan's expression was solemn. He knew that Jiang Qin had something on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so serious. "Brother Jiang Qin, you're our leader," Mo Ling Dongqin said with a smile, full of trust for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin knew that the strongest person here was Mo Ling Dongqin. It's just that he hadn't revealed his full strength. He might be a variable. However, Jiang Qin knew that even if he fought with his full strength, he might not lose to Mo Ling Dongqin. Flames rose in Jiang Qin's hands. The 5 elemental true fire could melt anything. In an instant, the frost on the bronze door was completely melted, turning into steam and rising. The bronze door was covered in rust. It was incomparably ancient. No one knew how long it had been buried here, or even tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the others felt as if there were several pairs of eyes staring at them. Strange, why do I feel like someone's staring at me? Damn it. Long Shersan's body trembled. His senses had always been sharp. As a battle saint ape, his senses towards unknown dangers were extremely accurate. Jiang Qin also felt it, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid causing trouble. To be more precise, both Mo Ling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun felt it. The two glanced at Jiang Qin, but chose to remain silent. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. An ancient Sanskrit sound seemed to reverberate around him. The bronze door was gently pushed open by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't expect it to be so simple. After pushing open the bronze door, Jiang Qin saw a dim passageway. Night pearls illuminated the path on both sides, but it was still very dark. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and took the lead to enter. The others also followed. Their vision grew wider and wider, higher and higher. The world was 10 feet wide and 100 feet tall. Clouds and mist curled around it. Immortal chi filled the air. In the distance, there was a rainbow that stretched across the sky. Ga, an ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze door closed automatically. Jiang Qin suddenly turned his head. He clearly saw the 2 giant stone statues of the son of the dragon, Swanee, slowly turn around. However, he didn't see the final scene clearly. After all, the bronze door had already closed completely. Jiang Qin felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. However, the sky here was filled with 7 colors. Clouds and mist curled around it. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other. It was an immortal chi. This place was like the abode of the gods of the 9 heavens. The deeper they went, the more dazzling palaces appeared. Some towered into the clouds, while others were majestic, floating above the 9 heavens. It's so beautiful. Someone took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, it's like a dreamland. It's too shocking. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is so dense that it's suffocating. If I were to cultivate here, I guess I'll be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Jiang Qin was slightly startled. Indeed, this place was simply too beautiful. It made people feel so comfortable that they didn't even want to leave this place. They just wanted to stay in this place forever. The people around Jiang Qin entered the palace one by one. Even Long Shersan, Mo Ling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun were no exception. All of them rushed forward. Little Chinzi, I'll go and have a look. The environment here is not bad. I feel that my strength is going to break through to the middle void god realm soon. Long Shersan said and quickly rushed towards the golden palace that was floating above the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Qin felt that the people around him were all rushing forward. And in front of his eyes, a rather strange scene appeared. A person who looked exactly the same as him was standing in front of him with a sword pointing at the void. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised as he looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. You'll never reach my height. Although you're my continuation, you're still too weak. How can there be someone as weak as you in the divine tomb? Jiang Chen looked at him with eyes full of disdain. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. Who am I? He. I'm the other me in your heart. The killer Jiang Chen. The killer me. Jiang Chen frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. The great soul derivation technique woke him up in an instant. However, he still couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, nor could he escape from the murderous Jiang Chen. Who are you? Do you think you can kill me in an illusion? Jiang Chen sneered. The killer Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. You actually know that you're in an illusion. Jiang Chen did know that he was in an illusion, but he couldn't break through it. The great soul derivation technique could make his mind not be affected, but the killer Jiang Chen seemed to be real. When facing him, Jiang Chen felt a great pressure, as if this person was really him. Even so, don't think about getting out. In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. Ha ha ha. The killer Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His eyes were full of killing intent. Everything around him was still so real. The immortal qi was lingering, the spiritual qi was pressing, and the jade palace was beautiful. However, Long San and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen already knew that this was a very big illusion. From the moment they came in, this illusion had already existed. Moreover, they didn't know when they entered it. Everyone could not escape misfortune. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, Jiang Chen would not be able to escape. However, although he knew that he was in an illusion, there was nothing he could do. The killer Jiang Chen in front of him was very real. Could it be that he was really the other him? In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was already very heavy. This Jiang Chen seemed to come from the depths of his heart. His existence could even affect his mind. Are you ready? In the killer realm, if I kill you, I will be reborn. I want to break through the shackles and return to being a god. Chapter 2142. Jiang Chen stared at everything around him. What was fake was real and what was real was fake. This was something that he did not expect at all. It was as if everything was real, but he was very clear that it was all an illusion. If I kill this Jiang Chen, can I break through the illusion? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. But at this moment, he had no other way. He had to fight with his life on the line. Everyone including Long San had been trapped in the illusion. Only Yi Futian was in between reality and illusion. He did not know what the situation was like. The Bronze Gate's killing formation had obviously been activated. In the illusion, no one could escape. The all-killer Jiang Chen raised his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled and the sound of the dragon was endless. Jiang Chen was pointed at with a sword for the first time. Moreover, it was his own heavenly dragon sword. In that case, let me see what kind of evildoer you are. You want to control me? Impossible. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. With a turn of his hand, the heavenly dragon sword appeared. There was no hesitation in the battle between the two. Moreover, this all-killer Jiang Chen actually knew all of Yi Futian's methods. Slaughter Dragon Seal. The all-killer Jiang Chen's hand seals were flying and the spearhead was pointing at Yi Futian. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was powerless. In this situation, as long as the illusion was not broken, then everything was real. Even if he died in the illusion, it was still real. Jiang Chen did not dare to take it lightly. This all-killer Jiang Chen's strength was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to defeat it, but it was absolutely impossible for it to defeat him. Jiang Chen was most worried about Dragon San. He had no idea how this bastard was doing right now. Given Dragon San's hot-tempered character, Jiang Chen hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Jiang Chen fought and retreated. He found that no matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it seemed that it could not change his trajectory, but he could not fathom it. I did not expect that you still have such a strong fighting strength. It seems that your soul is really not suppressed. Today, I will give you a good lesson. The all-killer Jiang Chen smiled proudly with a sneaky smile. Break for me. The all-killer Jiang Chen's sword danced in the sky. One sword swept across millions of miles, but it still could not hurt Jiang Chen because he was completely familiar with his own methods. On the contrary, the opponent revealed its weakness at this moment. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold. At this moment, the heavenly dragon's sword pierced through the shadow. However, the murderous Jiang Chen roared and disappeared from the spot. He stepped on the void and stood not far behind Jiang Chen. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly dragon's sword let out a buzzing sound and the corner of his mouth became even brighter. Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was ferocious. He was fooled. No wonder the life-killer Jiang Chen wasn't anxious at all, and had purposely revealed a flaw. He was the life-killer Jiang Chen, and the life-killer Jiang Chen was him. Since he had stabbed the life-killer Jiang Chen, it also meant that he had stabbed himself. Despicable guy. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had to make a long-term plan. The all-killer Jiang Chen was too difficult to deal with. Although it was an illusory body that was a combination of illusion and reality, it was full of reality. Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what was going on. Being despicable is the pass of the despicable, and being noble is the epitaph of the noble. I want to replace you and regain my position as a god, so you can only be my prisoner. Ha ha ha. The all-killer Jiang Chen looked at the countless immortal palaces and pavilions around him, looking down on the heavens. To be exact, you are already dead because no one can escape from this peerless killing formation. Do you know who set it up? Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor, one of the divine emperors who is closest to becoming a god emperor. The peerless killing formation that he set up, even a god emperor might not be able to break it. You are not even a void god. Do you really think that you can escape from Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor's grasp? What a fool's dream. Hee hee. Jiang Chen's words made Jiang Chen's body tremble. His mind started to pay more attention to it. It was the masterpiece of a divine emperor expert. It seemed like he had underestimated this peerless killing formation. However, since this peerless killing formation couldn't trap his spiritual consciousness, his great soul derivation technique could make him invincible and not be affected by the illusion. However, anyone would go crazy if they were to stay here for thousands of years. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Jiang Chen's mind spun as he kept thinking about how he could break through this supreme killing formation. This murderous Jiang Chen was just a decoy. Killing it was equivalent to committing suicide, falling right into the trap of this peerless killing formation. If I'm already dead, if I can be reborn, just like Taiji, born for yin and yang. Between movement and stillness, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. With little effort, one could move 1,000 caddies. With the weak, one could defeat the strong. With the second move, one could arrive first. The heavens and earth were vast and profound. In the divine assembly of illusory reality and illusory reality, the illusory defense and illusory reality attack. The oncoming momentum was ferocious and unwavering. Act according to your heart, adapt to the circumstances, live with the world, and perish with the world. Jiang Chen murmured. In the illusion, he knew that if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be the same as killing himself. In this realm of slaughter, was he already dead? If the illusion was not broken, he would be a dead man. There was no doubt about it. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. No matter what you do, I will not move. My heart is the sky, my will is the earth. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He breathed in and out. At this moment, the realm of his soul was raised to another level, a level that he could not reach at all. Even he himself did not know that at this time, his eyes were like torches that could see through the world of mortals and demons. Unstoppable. Even in the tomb of the god of sin, in a desolate holy mountain in the northwest, a withered old man, who was sitting on an astrolabe, opened his turbid eyes, gazed into the distance, and murmured, "I do what I want. Who can stop me?" This wanton, this domineering, this arrogant aura, how long has it been since it appeared? 10 million years, or 100 million years. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled up, and he looked calm. As far as his eyes could see, he had completely passed through the void, time, and returned to reality. No. No. How is this possible? How did you do it? The figure of the killer Jiang Chen gradually disappeared, and his face was full of horror. You are just a projection in my heart. I want to transcend the past, but I don't want to put myself in danger. You are me, but you are not me. You only have the shape, but you don't understand my mind at all. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha, even the heaven is no exception. Chapter 2143. Not far away, Long San and the others were in a dreamlike state. They didn't even know what was going on. Jiang Chen was incomparably calm, because they must have encountered the same situation as him. This peerless killing formation was set up by the Supreme Divine Emperor. He was able to escape from it because of his great luck. Otherwise, he would have been trapped alive in the formation. Jiang Chen was extremely calm. No, I have to go and save Monkey. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn in an instant, because Dragon Shursan's eyes had turned incomparably red, indicating that he was on the verge of going berserk. He could ignore the life and death of others, but not Dragon Shursan. Motherfucker, I will kill you. Long Shursan closed his eyes tightly and waved the peerless divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. When the staff struck down, the void trembled. Because Long Shursan had definitely used all of his strength. It was totally different from when he was fighting with Moling Dongqin and the others. It could be imagined that he must have encountered a great crisis in the illusion. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not dare to face Long Shursan head-on. This guy. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. As soon as the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The current slaughter dragon seal was no longer the same as before. Although it was not Jiang Chen's strongest technique, it was still extremely ferocious. I am free to go anywhere in the world. I will follow my own will. Wake up. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed and a ray of light went into Long Shursan's mind. Long Shursan's body trembled and his face turned pale. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely terrible. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Ah! Long Shursan roared and his voice shook the sky. He was like a dragon entering the sea. His whole body instantly became dispirited and he knelt down on one knee. He looked terrible and sweated a lot. What happened to me? Little Chinzi. Long Shursan's face darkened. Did you see yourself just now? Jiang Chen asked. How did you know? Long Shursan was shocked. Behind this bronze door should be a peerless killing formation. From the moment we entered, we were already enveloped in the illusion of the peerless killing formation. Everyone has a side of their heart, so this peerless killing formation is to arouse the violence and uneasiness in the depths of our hearts, and even the ugliest side of human nature. Then didn't I just embarrass myself? Damn it, you must have seen all of my handsome face. Ha ha ha. After surviving a calamity, Longshan did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he still talked and laughed wittily. This was what Jiang Chen valued the most. You want to save face? Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. At this moment, among the dozens of people far away, some of them had already fallen to the ground. There were more than 20 of them. In other words, most of them had died in their own illusions. The ones who killed them might be themselves. However, the real killer weapon was this peerless killing formation. However, no one knew about it. Puff, Moling Dongshan's expression changed. He became pale and bloodless. He knelt on the ground directly. It was obvious that he had suffered from internal injuries. However, it also shocked Jiang Chen. He actually escaped from the illusion of the peerless killing formation with his own ability. In other words, this guy was definitely not simple. Moling Dongshan raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Longshan. His heart was in turmoil. I never expected that the two of them could also walk out from the illusion. Moreover, it seems that their strength did not suffer too much damage. Moling Dongshan thought. Initially, he thought that he was the only one who could pass this stage. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the two of them. It could be said that they had hidden their strength well. As for Zhang Lingyun and the 20 early void god experts, they were still in a daze. Wake up at the same time. A ray of light shot out from Jiang Chen's mind, piercing through the void. Zhang Lingyun and the others trembled. At this moment, they gradually walked out from the illusion. However, there were still 7 of them who would stay here forever. In the end, including Zhang Lingyun, there were only 18 of them left. Each of them had suffered serious injuries. This illusion had almost killed more than half of them. Are you all right, Brother Zhang? Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. Zhang Lingyun's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that if Jiang Chen did not wake him up, he might have died already. Words could not express his gratitude. He did not say anything else. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. The remaining 10 people followed Jiang Chen's orders obediently. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them twice. Jiang Chen's kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life. The illusion has been broken, but there are still many brothers who will stay here forever. Yeah. Seems like the divine treasury of the Supreme Divine Emperor is not something we can touch. Sigh. Since we have come this far, even if there are mountains of skeletons in front of us, we still have to go. After the illusion was broken, everyone understood a lot of things. In the illusion, they were almost killed due to their greed. This could only prove that they might not be suitable for this place. Danger and treasures accompanied each other, but it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. If one's strength was not enough, it would be hard for them to continue. Everyone was fighting for a future for themselves, a future where they could enter the divine world. Look, what's that? As far as Zhang Lingyun's eyes could see, he saw 2 rainbow bridges that were connected to an unreachable 5-colored palace. It was a spectacular sight. 1 life and 1 death, 1 yin and 1 yang. Jiang Chen said softly. The 2 rainbow bridges seemed to be connected to the edge of life and death. One was full of vitality, while the other was filled with yin qi and ghosts. Seems like one of these 2 bridges is destined to be the bridge of helplessness. Longshan chuckled. His eyes were filled with coldness. No matter which one Jiang Chen chose, he would follow. I choose the gate of life. Who is willing to go with me? Zhang Lingyun said with a serious face. The reason he chose the gate of life was precisely because of that saying, life and death, false and real. Because no one knew which bridge could possibly be the bridge of helplessness. There were 11 void god experts behind Zhang Lingyun. Jiang Chen was not surprised about this. After all, everyone was just trying to survive. Then I choose the gate of death. Jiang Chen said. Since this was the divine tomb and it was already the realm of death, what's the point of choosing the gate of life? It was better to choose the rainbow bridge of the gate of death. Perhaps there would be a chance of survival. I also choose the gate of death. Life and death, it's up to fate. Moling Dongchen nodded and said. He took a glance at Jiang Chen and his expression became extremely solemn. The choice of life and death at this moment was destined for them to step into a path of unknown life and death. Jiang Chen knew it in his heart, but he was not sure that the path he chose was absolutely right. Who would dare to say that the path he chose was definitely the right one? The divine treasures of a supreme divine emperor, who dared to say that they could walk proudly in it. The remaining 6 people also chose to follow behind Jiang Chen. If I'm lucky enough to reach the other side, I, Zhang Lingyun, owe you my life. Chapter 2144. The rainbow bridge stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by immortal qi. It was impossible to see anything clearly. They could only see the bridge body that was extending and the surroundings were filled with pavilions and pavilions. It was a beautiful scene. However, the rainbow bridge that symbolized the death gate was emitting a trace of yin qi everywhere. It was strange. The rainbow bridge of the death gate, could it be the bridge of helplessness? Don't talk nonsense. Just follow Brother Jiang. It won't be wrong. Yes, don't talk nonsense. If you want to die, we won't stop you. But don't be alarmist here. The few void god experts had a solemn look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Do you also think that the death gate has a higher chance? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen and asked. That's right. This place is already the divine tomb of the land of death. Even if it's the life gate, how much chance of survival can there be? It's better to be reborn in the face of death. Perhaps there will be a chance of survival. Moling Dongchen said calmly. After adjusting his breath just now, he had recovered a lot. Great minds think alike. I think so too. Ha ha ha. Long San interrupted Jiang Chen's words and said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. He took the lead and walked on the rainbow bridge of the death gate. As soon as they walked past the bridge, a flock of crows flew under the bridge with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Not good. The bridge seems to be collapsing. The moment Jiang Chen looked back, he saw that the bridge not far away had begun to crack inch by inch. The rainbow bridge of the death gate was becoming shorter and shorter. Hurry up. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and quickly ran forward. However, the visibility was extremely low, only tens of meters. So, he could only rely on his 6 senses to feel out what was in front of him. The group of people cried out in alarm, and all of them dashed towards the side. At this moment, more and more crows appeared in front of them. They flew over the bridge and headed straight for them. They were so dense that it was terrifying to think of them as they blotted out the sun and sky. It was mixed with strange cries that made one's scalp go numb. Don't look back. Jiang Chen shouted at Long San and the others in a deep voice. He took the lead and broke through the rainbow bridge of the gate of death and kept running. The flying speed of the crows was very fast and the trajectory was extremely tricky. Thousands of crows swept over the bridge and arrived in a moment. The people behind were retreating as they walked. Black blood splashed all over the rainbow bridge, and there were rotten corpses of crows all around. However, the dark crows were too much. They couldn't kill them at all. The three void god experts were instantly swept away by the dark crows. Only their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to scream as the dark crows devoured their bodies. What a terrifying dark crow! Moling Dongchen's scalp went numb. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. Run quickly. I don't want to die. Before a void god expert could finish his words, he had already turned into a skeleton. His flesh and blood were devoured by the millions of dark crows, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The remaining two void god experts ran forward desperately. However, their speed was too slow. At least compared to the dark crows, they couldn't catch up with them. Their faces were already pale and pale. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Wherever the dark crows passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. It was truly terrifying. Even the fearless draconic Shursan couldn't help but shiver in fear. He looked at the 6 skeletons that fell to the ground behind him with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that these dark crows can destroy everything. Don't look back. I can feel that the dark crows here seem to be afraid of something. Their speed seems to have slowed down, but they can still catch up with us. Run quickly. Jiang Qin shouted in a deep voice. Long Shursan and Moling Dongchen didn't dare to be slow. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee that the 6 skeletons would be the same as them. Motherfucker. This group of annoying guys. I really want to kill them with my stick. Long Shursan scolded. However, his speed was not slow at all. The 3 of them ran side by side while the dark crows were chasing closely behind them. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing and made people feel uneasy. No, these dark crows are going to catch up with us soon. Jiang Chen had an idea. Blindly searching for treasures would only produce the opposite of the desired result. He had to make a decisive move and fight to the death. You two go first. I'll stay behind. No. Long Shursan rejected firmly. Monkey, it's not the time to argue. Jiang Chen shouted in anger. Long Shursan trusted Jiang Chen very much. If Jiang Chen chose to stay behind, he would at least have 70 to 80% confidence. Be careful. Moling Dongchen warned. He and Long Shursan quickly ran far away. Jiang Chen held the 5 types of true fire in his hands: True Dragon Fire, Thunderbolt Fire, Qilin Saint Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Sun Fire. The 5 types of true fire merged together rapidly. The surrounding temperature rose to more than 1,000 degrees. It could even melt everything. As soon as the 5 types of true fire appeared, the speed of the dark crows slowed down. They seemed to be quite afraid of Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire. It's good that they are restrained. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use the 5 elemental true fire to scare the dark crows away. Now, it seemed to be feasible. This group of harmful things. I'll use my 3,000 flames dragon seal to purify you. Jiang Chen sneered. The 5 elemental true fire in his hands merged together completely. The fire seal soared up to the sky and stopped in front of the dark crows. Millions of dark crows did not dare to take a step forward. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Purify them. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The fire seal smashed into the flock of dark crows. Ear-piercing screams reverberated between heaven and earth. On the rainbow bridge. The 3,000 flames dragon seal merged with the 5 elemental true fire was like a bomb. It exploded on the flat ground. The fire tongue of the 3,000 flames dragon seal covered the entire heaven and earth. All the dark crows turned into ashes at this moment. The raging fire burned and thick smoke billowed. Arg! After a miserable scream, the remaining dark crows turned into a pitch-black shadow and flew deeper into the sky. Above the clouds, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Jiang Qin with anger. The ghost shadow that the dark crows turned into should not be simple. Jiang Qin frowned. That guy still managed to escape. However, he must have suffered a heavy injury since he had burned millions of dark crows. However, Jiang Qin couldn't be sure that this fellow wouldn't make a comeback. However, because of this, it means that the probability of the divine burying altar appearing is very small. At least, experts below the divine emperor level wouldn't dare to try it. Moling Dongqin continued to say. Apparently, he was quite afraid of the divine burying altar. He even looked at the altar with fear. This divine burying altar shouldn't be the real divine treasure, right? Jiang Qin said as he looked at the ancient altar cautiously. It was like a dreadful beast that could explode at any time. There's a door in the center of the divine burying altar. It said that only by pushing 9 bulls and 2 tigers can the door of the divine burying altar open and enter the real divine treasure. This should be the last line of defense set up by the God Emperor experts. Moling Dongqin said in a deep voice. He dared not to be careless. After all, the danger could explode at any time. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Interesting. Let me try. Long Shersan said proudly. There were 11 vivid stone statues in front of them. Each of them was majestic, tall, and full of charm. Let's start with your tiger head. Shersan harumphed coldly. He held the peerless staff in his hand and swung it horizontally. However, the ferocious beast with the head of a tiger didn't even budge an inch when the staff landed on it. How could this be? Long Shersan could not believe it. Since when did he become so weak? Damn it. This is embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Dragon Shersan laughed out loud. After all, Moling Dongqin was here and he felt that he had lost some face. I don't believe it. Shersan put away his divine staff and turned around. He lowered his shoulders, squatted down, and held his saber horizontally. His hands and feet exerted all of his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he still couldn't move the altar. Roar! The roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape was incomparably ear-piercing. The originally motionless stone statues of the ferocious beast started to crack inch by inch. Within each of the stone statues, an incomparably huge ferocious beast appeared. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and exceptionally ferocious. Heavenly red horn bull. This kind of thing really exists. Moling Dongqin squinted his eyes and said. Be careful. This guy's fighting strength is not any weaker than the divine dragon. Moreover, the 2 Sky Overlord divine tigers are not easy to deal with. Moling Dongqin reminded. Heavenly Red Horn Bull and Sky Overlord divine tigers. They are indeed extraordinary. They are not inferior to the sacred beast Qilin that I met before. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. However, he dared not to underestimate them. The 9 bulls and 2 tigers had completely turned into ferocious beasts and were pointing at Jiang Qin and the other 2. Each of them seemed to have the power to devour the heaven and earth. These fellows, it seems like they want to kill us. Shersan could smell the murderous intent of these mystical beasts. Each of them had a pair of blazing eyes. Although they looked harmless, they possessed the power of a thunderbolt, which made Shersan not dare to let his guard down. These guys should be the guardians of the divine burying altar. Jiang Qin understood. Since they had set up this peerless killing formation and the divine burying altar, it meant that the expert who died was quite powerful. Moreover, he was the real deal. He was not the kind of person who looked good but was useless. Just one heavenly red horn bull alone had already made Longshan suffer. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep voice. It could launch a ferocious attack at any time. Since they were already here, Jiang Qin and the others would not retreat. The other two Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were ready to attack as well. Jiang Qin was fighting against 5 beasts alone, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, he also felt a sense of seriousness. These red horn beetles and Sky Overlord Divine Tigers had yet to unleash their full strength. Especially the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. It seemed like it was toying with them as if it was not in a hurry to kill them. Roar! The 3 red horn beetles came from 3 different angles, crashing through mountains, rivers, and everything. The void was almost torn apart. Their imposing manner was unstoppable. Jiang Qin struck out a few true dragon palm prints to block the attacks of the 3 red horn beetles. You have trespassed into the forbidden area. You will die. Accept your judgment. Lowly humans. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers also descended from the sky. Their morale was like a rainbow and their roars were like thunder, shaking the void. Their huge tiger claws directly swung towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked calm. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down but was repelled by the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. Even he was sent flying backwards as if he had struck a huge rock. The other Sky Overlord Divine Tiger also supported him from the side. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the ground beneath its feet cracked. Jiang Qin narrowly avoided this attack. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were even more unscrupulous. They charged forward and were determined to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Jiang Qin dodged continuously. Another 2 5 elements combat dragon seals failed to repel the Sky Overlord Divine Tigers and the Red Horn Sky Bull. On the contrary, he was forced to retreat continuously. Facing 3 early void gods and 2 middle void gods who were super ferocious beasts, even Jiang Qin had to go all out. If there was a slight mistake, he might lose his life under the feet of these 5 ferocious beasts. Jiang Qin was fighting fiercely but he was forced to retreat step by step. However, he was not nervous at all because these guys were not strong enough for him to go all out. However, in the following battle, Jiang Qin was pushed back by these big fellows. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jiang Qin was furious. It seemed like if he didn't teach these guys a good lesson, they would really think that they were invincible. Stupid big guy. Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson. Jiang Qin sneered. His body shook and he casted the dragon transformation. His body suddenly became bigger and covered with dragon scales. His body looked like a ferocious beast. The half-human half-dragon transformation caused Jiang Qin's aura to rise. Most importantly, when Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation, a terrifying aura of a true dragon shrouded the sky and earth. Even the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers could not help but take a step back, as if they were under great pressure. Such a terrifying aura. This half-human half-beast guy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tigers said in a low voice. They seemed to be afraid of Jiang Qin. After all, his aura made them feel a trace of fear. This was the aura of a superior being, the suppression of the bloodline of a divine beast. The aura of a myriad beast king. Who dares to fight me? Chapter 2147. At this moment, Jiang Qin's domineering aura soared to the sky. Even the heavenly red horn bulls were sent flying away by his attack. They crashed into the stone pillar in a rather embarrassing manner. Jiang Chen's human dragon form had also shocked Moling Dongqin. He had never expected that his opponent would be this terrifying. Not only did he not lose a single battle, he even managed to send his opponents flying away. One should know that the scariest part of the heavenly red horn bulls was its body and horns. However, at this moment, they were perfectly restrained by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unstoppable in his human dragon form. Jiang Chen was fighting with his bare body. He was fearless. He continuously rammed into the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, sending them flying for hundreds of meters. They were in a sorry state and were panting heavily. Good fellow. Interesting. But you still have to die. The heavenly overlord divine tiger sneered and pounced towards Jiang Chen. The 2 heavenly overlord divine tigers moved together because they knew that Jiang Chen was not someone that was easy to deal with. If they could not kill him quickly, he would become a huge threat. Jiang Chen and the heavenly overlord divine tiger's silhouette crossed each other and collided with each other continuously. Jiang Chen raised his hand and grabbed the heavenly overlord divine tiger's thick tail. He swept his hand and shook it. The heavenly overlord divine tiger did not expect that it would be caught by a human. Moreover, the human had grabbed its tail. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled. Finally, the heavenly overlord divine tiger was smashed to the ground, creating a 5 to 6 zhang deep pit. The heavenly overlord divine tiger was almost embedded into the ground. What a terrifying fellow. Moling Dongqin felt lucky that he did not go against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Moreover, he was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. However, even though he was injured, he still had to fight against 3 red horn longhorn bulls. It was not easy for him. Even though he was pressuring them with every step and was in a sorry state, he would not become a burden to Jiang Chen and the others for the time being. Long San, who was wielding his metal cudgel, was also incomparably powerful. His metal cudgel swept across the world, and no one could stop him. Even when facing against 3 red horn longhorn bulls, his battle strength was still magnificent, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Go to hell. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and chopped down, ruthlessly chopping off the heaven overlord divine tiger's tail. Roar! The heaven overlord divine tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the 2 heaven overlord divine tigers were spewing out terrifying flames of anger. Flames rushed up to the sky, spurting out from their mouths. The heaven overlord divine tigers wanted to burn Jiang Chen and kill him completely. The terrifying flames burned everything, but Jiang Chen was still standing in the sky. His sword fell down again, directly piercing into the back of the heaven overlord divine tiger. Then, he rode on the back of the heaven overlord divine tiger. The heavenly dragon sword pierced into the heaven overlord divine tiger's bones. The heaven overlord divine tiger's roar was deafening, filled with pain and sorrow. The sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, piercing through the heaven overlord divine tiger's body. Jiang Chen pulled out the sword and cut the heaven overlord divine tiger into 2. The body of the heaven overlord divine tiger was like a piece of tofu in front of Jiang Chen, effortlessly. The other heaven overlord divine tiger let out a terrifying and ear-piercing howl. After its companion was killed by Jiang Chen, it naturally felt endless sorrow in its heart. However, at this moment, the heaven overlord divine tiger also descended from the sky, pouncing on Jiang Chen. The 3 heavenly red horn bulls immediately rushed forward. For super ferocious beasts, completely sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. The terrifying charge of the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, in addition to the charge of the heaven overlord divine tiger, caused Jiang Chen's sword to slash forward, but he was forced back by the heaven overlord divine tiger's claws. Jiang Chen temporarily dodged the attack, retreating instead of fighting. On the other hand, the 3 heavenly red horn bulls rammed into Jiang Qin, sending him crashing into the divine burying altar. Jiang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on the divine burying flag, causing it to shine brightly. At this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the heavenly red horn bulls seemed to have the help of God. They became even more ferocious and terrifying. Their combat strength had also increased by several levels. In a split second, Moling Dongchen couldn't withstand the charge of the 3 heavenly red horn bulls anymore. Even Long San had fallen into a passive position. Jiang Chen looked at the blood-red flag, the divine burying flag. It seemed like it was the blood-red flag that caused all of this trouble. Damn it. Jiang Chen was annoyed, but he didn't panic. Facing the attack of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, he was still calm. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached its peak. He wanted to compete with the Heavenly Duke. How could he be afraid of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger? Even though the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the heavenly red horn bulls had been strengthened by the divine burying flag, he was still fearless. Jiang Chen had been fighting with the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger for a long time. The power of the dragon transformation was slowly weakening. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't drag on any longer. He must kill the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the heavenly red horn bulls in one go. Unification of dragon and sword. Invincible in the world. Jiang Chen instantly transformed into the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable and the dragon's prestige covered the sky. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was shocked. However, it had never expected that the moment Jiang Chen merged with the heavenly dragon sword, the heavenly dragon sword had already pierced through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body and exploded instantly. The sword pierced through the sky 9 times. Even Long San and Moling Dongchen didn't expect that the 9 heavenly red horn bulls would be pierced through by Jiang Chen's sword. All of them were severely injured. Eat my staff. After Jiang Chen's sword passed through the divine burying flag, fresh blood spurted out. Long San seized the opportunity and struck the heavenly red horn bulls with his staff. All of them were dead. Motherfucker. Chapter 2148. The Weapon Spirit's Doing. Although Jiang Chen had some doubts about Moling Dongchen, he did not say it out. Some things were better kept in his heart. That's right. I've read about it in an ancient book. The divine burying flag is 1 in a million. Moreover, the divine burying flag is a divine weapon made of peerless materials. In order to create the divine burying flag, the first requirement is the souls of 9 ultimate God experts. Moreover, they must be living bodies. The divine burying flag can only be formed when the bodies and souls are combined. The evil thing about the divine burying flag is that it sacrifices hierarch experts alive. However, once the divine burying flag is formed, it's too terrifying. No one could compete with it. The divine burying flag is the core of the divine burying altar. It's also the eye of the killing formation. It's extremely terrifying. 9 divine souls are enough to look down on the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Another ancient book. I wonder how many ancient books you've read. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we open the divine burying altar and enter the real divine treasury. Pulling out the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen murmured. One could imagine how terrifying the divine burying flag would be when it was dancing in the wind. The wind blades could even cut the bodies of those super ferocious beasts into pieces. The wind around the divine burying flag could almost tear rocks and cut everything in the world. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. Then how can we pull it out? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Long San frowned and said. This is the only way. Later on, the three of us will attack together to block the terrifying wind blades and pull out the flag together. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we survive and enter the final place of the God treasury. Otherwise, the wind blades are extremely sharp and anyone below the true God realm won't be able to block them. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. This was the last way. Pulling out the divine burying flag. It seems a little difficult. Jiang Chen said. The three of them exerted their full strength. 3 powerful auras converged into a barrier and blocked the wind blades. However, the barrier started to crack before it could even get close to the altar. These wind blades are too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Damn it, I don't believe it. Long San dashed out like an arrow. He withstood all the wind blades and headed straight for the divine burying flag on the altar. Be careful. Jiang Chen frowned. He knew that Long San wanted to use his body to withstand the wind blades. However, although his body was strong, he might not be able to withstand it. He dodged the wind blades, but the divine burying flag fluttered in the wind. The wind whistled and the wind was too concentrated. Eventually, there were wind blades that struck Long San's body. Long San's body was also slashed with deep wounds. However, he still managed to push forward and grab the divine burying flag with one hand. Instantly, the entire altar was filled with wind and thunder. Long San tried his best but was still unable to pull out the divine burying flag. I don't believe that I can't pull it out. Long San roared in rage. He had the strength to pick up a mountain and his aura was unparalleled. He could feel that the divine burying flag's resistance towards him was quite strong. However, at this moment, the divine burying flag was still unmoved. No. If this continues, the monkey will be cut to death by these wind blades. Jiang Chen frowned. He wielded his sword and moved forward. He split the wind blades and moved forward with difficulty. He had completely transformed into a human dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's body strength had improved tremendously. His resistance towards the wind blades had also improved. What a pair of terrifying brothers. Moling Dongchen murmured. The two of them were using their own strength to resist the terrifying wind blades. He knew how terrifying the divine burying flag was. In this god's graveyard, only those who had the body strength of a true god could survive the wind blades. At least, he did not have the courage to do so. Let me do it. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. The wind whistled and it was extremely ear-piercing. Long San looked at Jiang Chen but he did not retreat. Instead, he helped Jiang Chen to resist the terrifying wind blades. He exerted his strength but he could not move the divine burying flag at all. On the other hand, the wind whistled and the wind blades became even more terrifying. Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the wind blades. The edifying light. Destroy it. Jiang Chen unleashed the edifying light. Sure enough, the sound of the divine burying flag's wind became fainter and weaker. However, it was still frightening. Rise! Jiang Chen shouted and pulled out the divine burying flag with one hand. At this moment, both Long San and Moling Dongchen were shocked. Jiang Chen really did it. He pulled out the divine burying flag. This meant that the resistance of the divine burying flag against him was relatively weak. It seems like the edifying light is really magical. It can even suppress such a terrifying evil creature. Jiang Chen did not expect that the edifying light could suppress the divine burying flag. However, the divine burying flag was much weaker than before. This meant that the edifying light had played a significant role. The divine burying flag moved without any wind. Jiang Chen did not even need to perform the edifying light. The divine burying flag danced by itself and stirred up the universe. What a wild and untamable monster. Suppress it. Jiang Chen roared in anger. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the divine burying flag was completely suppressed. The aura of the Zulong Tower completely suppressed the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen laughed and waved the divine burying flag. The flag fluttered in the air and its aura was unstoppable. It was really a peerless treasure. It could be called a divine tool. This divine burying flag is truly frightening. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. This guy is really terrifying. He actually subdued the divine burying flag. This is an item with a spirit. It's definitely a heavenly divine tool. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower and the edifying light, it would not be easy for Jiang Chen to suppress the divine burying flag. Now, the divine burying flag was completely under Jiang Chen's control. Awesome, little Chenzi. Ha ha ha. It seems like the divine burying flag is yours now. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the divine burying flag was. I'm just lucky. Ha! Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Although that was what he said, there was no hint of fluke in his words. Most importantly, he said it to Moling Dongchen. Brother Jiang is really brave. This divine burying flag is definitely a divine item of the heavens and earth. You must keep it well. If someone in the divine world sees this, even a divine king would be jealous of it, said Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen showed a hint of envy. However, he knew very well that this was not something that he could own. Thanks for reminding me. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the wind stopped. Suddenly, the surroundings started to shake. Rumble, at this moment, the divine burrow altar slowly cracked open, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. A deep tunnel that led to the underground suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Divine Treasury. It's the place of the Divine Treasury. We can finally enter the Divine Treasury. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2149. Is there really a divine treasure at the end of that place? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. They had managed to avoid all the dangers. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have already died here. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to be more careful as there were dangers everywhere. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen didn't look like he was lying. Although Moling Dongchen's background was unknown and he might have some troubles, he didn't harm Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan along the way. This made Jiang Chen quite happy. Otherwise, he would have killed Moling Dongchen already. Who cares? I also want to see what kind of god created this peerless treasure trove. Draconic Shersan took the lead and dashed down. Let's go. Moling Dongchen followed him quickly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt him and slowly entered the tunnel. It was an ancient tunnel that stretched for thousands of meters. Both sides of the tunnel were ruined. The road under their feet was full of potholes. However, it led directly to a far place. It was still covered with mountain mist. The surrounding was so quiet that it was scary. Under the tunnel, there was flowing water. The three of them walked for half an hour before they reached the end. Finally, they could see the moon. It's a huge palace. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Spirit-nurturing palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the three big words on the palace. Surprisingly, they also carried a terrifying pressure. The palace was hundreds of meters tall and it extended far and wide. There were 9 sons of the dragon guarding outside the palace. They were Qiao Yizi, Pu Lao, Swan Ni, Tao Tai, Swan Ni, Qi Wen, Fu Shi, and Chao Feng. The 9 ferocious beasts were standing around the palace. They were quite ferocious and made people shudder. There aren't many people who dare to use the 9 sons of the dragon to guard the palace. This divine emperor must be a big shot when he was alive. Moling Dongshin murmured as if he was hesitating. No matter how powerful he is, he will still die. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Long San chuckled, not afraid at all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it's a god emperor who has already disappeared from this world, his prestige is definitely not something we can violate. The god emperor was already the most respected person in the divine world. As for the god emperor, it's just a legend. Very few people have ever seen one. It's said that even in the immortal world, the god emperor no longer exists in this world after the immemorial battle. The god emperor is the true ruler of this world. Moling Dongshin sighed. The divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor are absolutely rare. Even in the divine world, there are very few of them, let alone in the divine tomb. In your opinion, who is this divine emperor? Jiang Qin looked at Moling Dongshin meaningfully. Moling Dongshin smiled awkwardly and shook his head. How would I know? I've only read about these things in some ancient books. No matter who the god emperor was, he was an existence that could not be offended. Fortunately, he didn't use dragons and phoenixes as protection. Dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The dragon clan, the true divine dragon clan, where are they? Does the divine dragon clan exist in the divine world? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I don't know about this. I've never seen anything about the dragon clan in the ancient books. Moling Dongshin smiled. He did not want to continue to discuss this with Jiang Chen. The 9 fierce beasts' protection means that the god emperor's identity is unusual. Let's hurry into the palace and see what's going on. Seeing that Moling Dongshin did not answer him, Jiang Chen thought that maybe he really did not know, or maybe he was trying to hide something. Ling Tianba would not do something that would harm others without benefiting himself. The Bing Chan in front of him could not wait for him to fight with Moling Dongshin and the others so that she could kill him. Ha ha ha. This little brother is really brave. To be able to enter the divine treasury, you're really not simple. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You've really opened my eyes. Bing Chan laughed. Her eyes were like torches. She saw Jiang Chen at first glance. Their strength had reached the peak of Jinji. Although they might not be invincible in the world, they had reached the peak of the divine world. It was not difficult for them to kill ordinary void god experts. Chapter 2150. Moreover, those who could enter the divine treasury were all peerless experts. This guy could enter the divine treasury as a 9th grade immortal sovereign, and he even wanted to get a share of the loot from the void god experts. How could he be someone easy to deal with? The 3 of them had obviously formed a small team. To be able to enter the final place of the divine treasury, they were worthy of respect. They were worthy of her respect. I'm just a follower. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain. Does such a person deserve to enter the divine treasury? I hope he won't die without knowing how he died. He's lucky to come this far. He should be careful of his own life. Such an arrogant guy. Let me teach him a lesson. Long Shersan's eyes turned cold. He was filled with killing intent towards Ling Tianba. Forget it. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. They had just entered the divine treasury and they still didn't know how deep it was. It would be a great loss if others took the opportunity to enter. Moling Dongshin looked at Jiang Chen and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had stopped Long Shersan. Otherwise, if a great battle were to break out, nobody knew what would happen. These guys are not easy to deal with. I was pushed down from the Tianlan Peak by these people. Although Moling Dongchen was unwilling, he could only admit that there were too many experts gathered on the Tianlan Peak. Jiang Qin nodded silently. How could he not understand? How terrifying were the difficulties and obstacles that he had encountered along the way. He almost lost his life. These people were able to enter the divine burial ground with him. Which one of them didn't have any abilities? They might even have more trump cards than him. Although Jiang Chen had the disposition to look down on all geniuses, he still needed to be cautious because these people were all outstanding geniuses from the various immortal domains. They might not necessarily be weaker than him. Once they started fighting, it would certainly cause more chaos. At least, he didn't want to see such a scene for now. Ha ha ha. It's really lively. It seems that there are more than just us two brothers who have entered the divine treasury. Two burly figures also arrived in a flash, their domineering aura soaring to the sky. So it's De Lang and Er Lang from the Niu clan. Bing Chan said with a chuckle. The two of them were also at the peak early void god realm. Their aura was even stronger. Obviously, the strength of the two of them was more frightening. Even Ling Tianba, who had his eyes on the top of his head, kept his disdain. Why aren't you going in? Could it be that this god stash is filled with traps? Niu Erlang said with a smile. The black jade giant axe in his hand shone brightly and it was extremely eye-catching. This is a divine artifact. Bing Chan was startled, her expression changed slightly as she looked at Niu Erlang. That's right. The two of us are lucky to have found these two divine items on our way here. One axe and one hammer, they're just to our liking. Ha! Niu Dalong waved the giant hammer in his hand with a proud look on his face. He's really lucky. Moling Dongchen couldn't help but exclaim. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. Their strength must be stronger than the others. What about Ao Feng? Didn't he come in? Moling Dongchen was a little surprised. According to his deduction, the first person who came in should be Ao Feng. This guy's strength had reached the middle void god realm. He could sweep away everyone and no one dared to fight against him. He and another guy have already entered this place. We can only be considered as the second batch. Even Niu Dalong showed a hint of envy. He was very respectful towards Ao Feng. But now that we have divine weapons in our hands, the two of us want to fight with him even more. Another one. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Qin. It was obvious that there were a lot of experts in this place. The strong were always as bright as the stars, and the tomb of the god of sin was a big melting pot. Those who were able to survive here were all super strong. Looks like we have to hurry up and go in. Jiang Qin said. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to compete with us for the god stash. You're overestimating yourself. Niu Erlang sneered and looked at Jiang Qin. He swung the giant axe in his hand and a terrifying light shot out towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He was calm and composed. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and blocked Niu Erlang's attack. He did not retreat at all. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Not bad, kid. You can actually take my axe. Niu Erlang said coldly and stared at Jiang Qin fiercely. It was really shameful that his axe could not kill a 9th grade immortal sovereign. If you're not convinced, then come and fight. Fighters are heroes. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a smile because he knew that his counterattack was enough to intimidate them, or it was enough to make them think twice before acting. Niu Dalong's eyes moved and looked at Jiang Qin. He did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Qin. Stop, second brother. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. Whoever takes action first will become the target of everyone. At that time, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman will benefit from it. This was not something he wanted to see. Now that they've put in so much effort to enter the god's stash, they must not cause any more trouble. Big brother. Neo Erlang was a little impulsive. It was obvious that he wanted to continue attacking Jiang Qin. There will be a battle between you and me. Neo Erlang snorted at Jiang Chen's arrogance. However, Bing Chan and the others did not dare to look down on him anymore. Jiang Chen might not be Neo Erlang's opponent, but it was not easy for him to block his attack. Moreover, the three of them were not weak. Once they joined forces, they might not even care about Neo Erlang. Neo Erlang was insensible, but Neo Dalong could see the situation clearly. There was no need to make a big fuss now. The real treasure has not been obtained yet. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight until the end? Humph. It's not too late to fight after we enter the god's stash. Neo Erlang looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile. He was not able to kill Jiang Qin. He felt very upset in his heart. It was a kind of anger of being provoked by a lowly person. Jiang Qin looked at everyone with disdain because he knew the current situation. No one was willing to be the first to take action. Ling Tianba and Niu Dalong rushed to the front. When they entered the palace, everyone took a deep breath. Even Jiang Qin was no exception. The huge palace within a radius of 100 meters was filled with a gloomy feeling. However, no one cared about this because the ground of the palace was filled with ashes. Bones turned into ashes and divine tools were everywhere. All of these are divine tools. Neo Erlang's eyes widened and his body trembled. Even though he already had divine tools in his hands, he was still extremely greedy. His eyes shone with greed and he even wanted to take everything for himself. It's really magnificent, little Chenzi. It's too great. I have never seen so many divine tools. Any one of them here is not any weaker than your heavenly dragon sword. Long Shersan said excitedly. Pity, pity. Chapter 2152. Damn it. How did these things come to life all of a sudden? Ling Tianba said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy because after being locked on by the war god, he felt that he was in a terrible situation. Moreover, he seemed to have been completely suppressed. The terrifying aura that was being emitted from the war god made it difficult for him to breathe. Yeah. How did it become like this? Neo Dalong was also a little worried. The heavenly halberd in his hand was burning hot. Because he knew that it was not easy to get the divine tool. Big brother, let's fight them. Can't we kill these 4 stone statues? Neo Erlang said proudly. You might not be able to defeat them. Bing Chan said faintly and kept her smile. Because everyone knew that these 4 war gods were not simple. Moreover, they had their eyes on them. Even she could not smile anymore. It should be because of the divine tool in our hands. Otherwise, why would they come for us? Neo Dalong said in a low voice. At this moment, they realized the problem. However, how could they let a cooked duck fly away? Of course, no one wanted to give up on this divine tool. Even for those who had entered the divine world, the divine tool was a supreme divine weapon. Not everyone was qualified to own it. How could they let it go? Now, let's see if they can defeat these 4 war gods. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He was happy to see these fellows fighting against each other. Moreover, the strength of these 4 war gods was definitely not weak. Everyone could feel it. Watching the tigers fight. I like it the most. Shersan crossed his legs. Even at such a critical moment, there wasn't a hint of worry on his face. Instead, he had the attitude of watching a good show as if it had nothing to do with him. These guys. It seems like a fight is unavoidable. Moling Dongchen looked quite serious. He was a little worried that these guys would drag them down if they could not defeat the four war gods. Let's fight. Ling Tianba held the divine spear in his hand. He did not plan to let it go anyway. He wanted to fight with these guys even if he had to risk his life. Fine. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. I don't want to give away this divine artifact. Niu Dalang also shouted with a deep voice. The four of them glanced at each other and charged up fearlessly, fighting against the four war gods. For a moment, the entire war god hall was filled with sand and stones. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The four war gods were quite terrifying. Even without divine artifacts, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against Ling Tianba and the others. They were even able to suppress them. These war gods are all middle void gods. No one knows how terrifying they were when they were alive. Moling Dongchen said. That's right. Even though he's already dead, he's still able to unleash such a terrifying power. Truly, no one dares to look down on him. Jiang Qin nodded. This puppet should be quite extraordinary. Is this a puppet? Is someone controlling it? Moling Dongchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that there are more terrifying existences in this divine treasure? However, since they had already come this far, there was naturally no way to retreat. Yes. However, I'm afraid that the person controlling them is gone. However, the four divine artifacts should be the mechanism that activates their battle. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The owner of this divine treasure has already expected that someone will definitely take the four divine artifacts. This is a greedy mechanism. If no one takes the divine artifacts, perhaps these war gods won't take action at all. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he looked at those people helplessly. Greed was everyone's original sin. If these people didn't take the initiative, perhaps he would have taken action too. However, he was lucky that he didn't get the chance to do so. Chapter 2153. Son of Abtch. This coward is too shameless. Long San said while gritting his teeth. I'd like to see who's the one who's going to cheat. Jiang Qin said disdainfully because he had already expected that Niu Erlang would do this. This fellow was obviously not a good person. Since he entered the divine treasury, Jiang Qin had already expected that this fellow would do something bad to him. How could Jiang Qin not take precautions beforehand? At this moment, Niu Erlang had already lured one of the war gods over. His eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. I don't believe that a 9th-grade immortal sovereign like you can withstand this fellow's attack. Niu Erlang sneered in his heart. But something shocking happened. After the war god got close to Jiang Qin, he did not attack him. Instead, he turned around and went towards Niu Erlang. There's such a thing. Jiang Qin was stunned for a while. Initially, he wanted to take out the Zulong Tower so that Niu Erlang would not be able to find him. So at this moment, he gave up on the Zulong Tower. Niu Erlang was forced to retreat once again. He was dumbfounded. Moreover, he thought that the war god would deal with Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, he lost his guard and was instantly injured by the war god. Even the divine weapon in his hand was snatched away by the war god. After obtaining the divine weapon, the war god was like a tiger that had grown wings. He held the battle spear in his hand and instantly pierced through Niu Erlang's chest. The sound of tearing was deafening. No, no. I can't die. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What a despicable and shameless person. Such an ending can be said to be a worthy death. Jiang Qin sneered in disdain. He didn't even need to do anything. This fellow was completely defeated. However, Jiang Qin was a little surprised. Why didn't the war god attack him? Second bro. Niu Dalong's voice shook the sky. He wanted to force the war god in front of him to retreat, but he couldn't. Moreover, Niu Erlang had already been killed by the war god with the spear. At this moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was ashen. The two brothers had depended on each other for tens of thousands of years. When they were in the immortal world, they dominated the world. When they came to the divine tomb, they were even more so. But who would have thought that they would be killed by a puppet here? Therefore, how could Niu Dalong not be angry? And at this moment, he thought that the culprit was Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, then his younger brother wouldn't have died. I'll never let you off, kid. Niu Dalong clenched his teeth as he looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, whether it was Ling Tianba, Bing Chan, or Niu Dalong, all of them felt their bodies tremble, and the pressure on them instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha, looks like our wait was not in vain. Ao Feng, don't forget about our agreement. A woman as beautiful as a fairy said faintly. She was wearing a blue dress that was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Her temperament was extraordinary and her eyes were filled with sharpness. Although she was a woman, her strength was exceptionally terrifying. Don't worry, Goddess Luo. Ao Feng, will keep my words. Let's get rid of these four guys first. Ao Feng said solemnly. He glanced at Jiang Qin and the others, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Both of them had reached the middle void god realm. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongqin and frowned. She felt that he looked familiar. So you guys have come in. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. All these people deserved to die. If they had acted earlier, then his brother wouldn't have had to die. You two, what are you waiting for? Bing Chan clenched her teeth and said. Ha ha ha, beauty, don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. Follow me, you can go anywhere you want in this world. Ao Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. The long sword in his hand slashed towards one of the war gods. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Motherfucker. Long Shan said with an evil expression. Ha ha ha, looks like this brother is also a man of character. But let me warn you, if you don't take action now, don't expect to enter the third floor of the Divine Palace. Ao Feng glanced at Dragon Shan with interest. Not only did he not argue with Dragon Shan, but he also tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You two, go and help them. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he had not taken action yet. Even if he did, he would be laughed at by people like Ao Feng. Because they did not take him seriously at all. It was better this way, Jiang Qin could hide his true strength. If they wanted to harm the monkey, it would not be too late for him to take action. Alright, alright, alright. Master Monkey will lend you a hand. Long Shan's hands were itching. He swung his staff and swept across the heavens and earth, shocking Ling Tianba and the others. They did not expect this monkey to be so powerful. Moling Tianqin also took action. The 7 of them fought against the 4 war gods. With Ao Feng and Goddess Luo as the main force, they forced the 4 war gods to retreat. Let's see how powerful you puppets can be. Ling Tianba roared in anger. His long spear pierced through the chest of the war god. In an instant, the war god disappeared and turned into dust. However, there was a ray of light in the dust, entering the long spear in Ling Tianba's hand. Die! Bing Chan shouted. Her sword pierced through the void, aiming at the war god that was controlled by Ao Feng. The war god was split in half in an instant. After the dust settled, another ray of light entered the divine sword in her hand. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this very moment, their divine weapons were even more divine weapons. They even had a kind of vivid and lifelike feeling, as if they had obtained a new life. I know, that's the soul of a divine weapon, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The soul of a divine weapon was sealed in the bodies of the 4 war gods. As long as the 4 war gods were alive, the soul of the war gods would support them in battle. Once they die, the soul of the war gods would return to their bodies, and those divine weapons would become terrifying killing weapons. This divine spear is not bad. Ao Feng immediately took action, trying to snatch the divine spear from the other war god that killed Niu Erlang. However, he was pushed back by the divine spear. Behind him, Goddess Luo moved her fingers. Green light flickered and her finger technique was like the wind, piercing through the war god's body. Ao Feng took the chance and charged forward. His blade technique was like lightning. Hundreds of blades fell from the sky and slashed down. That war god was instantly destroyed. With a flash of light, Ao Feng held the divine spear in his hand. Only one left. Niu Dalong roared. The giant axe in his hand split the war god apart with a thunderous roar. A ray of light entered the long halberd in his hand. The 4 war gods have been destroyed. Come. This time, we should be able to open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Ao Feng said faintly. Before this, he and Goddess Luo had joined hands, but they still could not open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Even after they obtained the 4 divine weapons, they still could not open the 3rd floor. They could not guess the reason. However, it seemed that there was no soul of the war god. That's why they hid. With their strength, even if they joined hands, they would not be able to kill the 4 war gods. Ling Tianba and the others were their biggest help. Chapter 2154. Niu Dalong stared at Jiang Qin. From his point of view, it was imperative to kill Jiang Qin. Even if that monkey and Moling Dongshan were to interfere, it would still be impossible for them to succeed. Brat, aren't you going to die? Niu Dalong held his divine halberd and stared at Jiang Qin coldly. His killing intent was unparalleled. Ha! Interesting. Seems like these guys are going to be unlucky. Ao Feng acted as if it was none of his business. He just stood there and watched the show. None of the people on the scene wanted to take action. After all, no one would help someone who would not benefit themselves. In this place, the only person you can trust is yourself. Other than that, there was no one else. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think we're afraid of you? Long Shersan said proudly. Seems like Brother Ao Feng was just joking when he said that he would let us enter the 3rd floor. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and shook his head. He seemed to be sighing. In this world, strength speaks. Ao Feng shrugged. You're right. Jiang Qin nodded and looked at Niu Dalong. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Little Chenzi is only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. You want to fight him? You're too shameless. Why don't I fight you? If I lose, you can kill him. I won't stop you. Long Shersan looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. His meaning was obvious. Let me teach him a lesson first. Since you guys insist on courting death, then there's no need for me to be merciful. All of you must die. I will use your blood to pay homage to my brother's soul. Niu Dalong's voice became colder. His brother was like his limbs. One could imagine the pain in his heart when one of his arms was cut off. Be careful. Jiang Qin did not attack forcefully. Although Long Shan might not be able to kill Niu Dalong, he could still teach him a lesson. Eat my staff first. Long Shan chuckled as he brazenly swung his divine staff. A terrifying aura that battled the heavens and earth instantly caused Ao Feng and the rest to become solemn. This fellow had been hiding his strength all along. Even Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did not dare to underestimate this attack. Battle Saint Art, battle heaven and earth. The shadows of Long Shan's cudgel formed layers upon layers of shadows as it approached Niu Dalong with an imposing manner. Niu Dalong held the divine halberd in his hand and didn't need it at all. The divine halberd in his hand could be said to be matchless. Compared to before, it was like adding wings to a tiger. I refuse to believe that you can stop me. Niu Dalong and Long Shan's weapons clashed. Sharp lights flickered and the sound of metal clashing was incessant. The terrifying sound shocked everyone's heart. The battle between the two of them could be counted as an experience for Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. They benefited a lot from it. Long Shan's battle was bold and unrestrained. He did not stick to the small details at all. His crazy divine staff swept across everything. Even when facing the divine halberd in Niu Dalong's hand, he was not the slightest bit weak. Arrogance soaring to the sky, invincible. Niu Dalong instantly transformed into an incomparably huge divine bull. The bull had God was several zhang tall and was quite domineering. Let the wind come from all directions. I only need one strike to kill you. Long Shan sneered. Instead of retreating, he attacked with his cudgel for tens of times. Niu Dalong was also suffering. At this moment, his divine halberd couldn't exert its divine might anymore. He was miserably suppressed by Long Shan. However, his defense was quite strong. Even if Long Shan wanted to kill him, it would still be impossible. Shan's aura was fully unleashed, an early void god. With such combat strength, even ordinary middle void god experts could not match up to him. Of course, it was a different story for Goddess Luo and Ao Feng, who were peerless geniuses. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, Jiang Qin took action without hesitation. Niu Dalong, who was suppressed to the point that he had no strength to fight back, took a hit from Jiang Qin's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Instantly, Niu Dalong was completely defeated. Long Shan did not avoid it at all. He struck with his cudgel and took Niu Dalong's life. Even Moling Dongqin did not expect that Jiang Qin would take action at this moment. This is simply shameless. Despicable and shameless. Ling Tianba harumphed. Don't care if it's a black or white cat. As long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. He smiled and picked up the divine halberd from Niu Dalong's hand. If he did not take action, he would definitely become a hidden danger in the third floor of the divine palace. He would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Jiang Qin did not want to keep him by his side. He did not need any reason to kill Niu Dalong. There was no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with enemies. If he did not kill Niu Dalong would always think about killing him. Beautiful. Little Chenzi, I like it. Ha ha ha. Long Shan knew Jiang Qin the best. He gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin. Why talk about morality with them? In this place, if you did not have the strength, you would definitely be killed by others. Only by surviving and becoming the winner could you have the right to speak and the ability to rewrite history. Moling Dongqin deeply felt how terrifying these two brothers were. Fortunately, he was not their enemy. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he stood on the opposite side of them. Some people don't deserve to die. Jiang Qin's words made Ao Feng excited. This kid seems to be a ruthless character. However, his strength is too weak. It's not enough for me to take him seriously. This monkey is not bad, but that's all. You're right. Since he's determined to die, he can't blame us. His brother only has himself to blame, and he's also acting recklessly. What a bunch of brothers in hardship. Long San looked at Nyo Dalong's dead body with disdain. His eyes were full of ridicule. Now, can we open it? Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. At this moment, although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, no one dared to look down on him. You're right. Only the strong are qualified to stand here. Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen and put the divine spear in his hand into the groove on the palace's door. Jiang Chen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did the same. Suddenly, the entire refining god palace's door was covered in flames. The scorching feeling filled everyone's heart. The surrounding walls were burning with raging flames. So hot. Is this the refining god palace? This refining god palace seems to be a huge furnace. Everyone's heart trembled as they resisted the raging flames around them. They couldn't even find where they were, but they were suffering from the scorching flames. Everyone felt an incomparably enormous pressure, as if it was rising from their hearts. That fiery heat made everyone unwilling to let down their guard. Only Jiang Chen was strolling leisurely. Because there were 5 types of soft and hard flames in his body. Ordinary flames couldn't enter his body at all. Chapter 2155. Look, it's all divine weapons. It's really divine weapons. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there would be so many divine weapons here. Moreover, every divine weapon seemed to be extraordinary. In the middle of the refining god palace, there was a weapon grave. In the weapon grave, there were tens of thousands of divine weapons. Every divine weapon was shining brightly. Ha ha ha. So many divine weapons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ling Tianba's eyes lit up as he looked at the countless divine weapons in the weapon grave. Bing Chan also could not hide her excitement. She was extremely excited. Even the people from the divine world might not have seen so many divine weapons, let alone Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. It's rare to see so many divine weapons even in the divine world. Ao Feng murmured with a touch of excitement in his eyes. If I don't take it now, when will I? Ha ha ha. Ao Feng instantly jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for the divine weapons. Even Goddess Luo could not avoid it. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to collect the divine weapons because he did not need much. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was enough. However, he was quite happy to get a few more divine weapons. You're not tempted? Long San. Moling Dongchen was also a little excited. However, since Jiang Chen and Long San did not take any action, he did not take any action either. An iron rod is enough. Long San said indifferently. He was quite confident in his peerless divine rod. Even if it was a 9 heavens divine weapon, he was not afraid of it. Therefore, he did not care about these divine weapons. What about you? Brother Jiang Chen. I don't have any ideas. A sword is enough. If you like it, you can go and take it. Jiang Chen smiled. Moling Dongchen hesitated for a moment. Finally, he jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for divine weapons. Jiang Chen's gaze once again rested on the bronze throne in the distance. It was another bronze throne. However, the patterns on the bronze throne were very different. They achieved the same result by different means, but they were all very exquisite and obscure. No one could see any problems with them. The surrounding flames were getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen didn't feel much, but Long San was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was suffering from the scorching heat of the flames and was feeling rather uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jiang Qin felt a terrifying flame rising from his heart. Not good. It's heart fire. Jiang Qin knew better than anyone else what the heart flame meant. It was a flame that could burn one's soul. It was even more terrifying than his own flame. He was very clear that to be able to control the heart flame, one's strength must have reached a certain level. Even the current him would not be able to control the heart flame. The heart flame could burn one's desire, it could burn one's consciousness, and it could even kill people invisibly. Such a terrifying heart flame. Could it be that the person who controls the heart flame is still in the refining God palace? Jiang Qin thought in his heart. At this moment, he heard an exclamation from behind him. This is a heavenly divine tool. Ao Feng murmured. In the center of the weapon's mound, there was a golden long saber that was overflowing with vibrant colors, exuding boundless radiance. All the divine weapons in the surroundings seemed to be prostrating themselves to it, as though they were submitting to the sovereign of the world. It can't be. Heavenly divine tool. Are you kidding me? Ling Tianba said disapprovingly. You don't understand at all. Ao Feng said proudly. It's possible. It's a heavenly divine tool. It can actually affect our minds. Goddess Luo said solemnly. Her jade-like hand moved slightly as she stared at the sickly golden long saber in the weapon grave. Heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Her eyes were shining brightly. Seems like you're also from that place. Ao Feng suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at Goddess Luo. We're the same. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is mine. Goddess Luo said. You want it? You might have to go through me first. Ao Feng smiled faintly as if he did not intend to give in. Ao Feng took a step forward and grabbed the divine saber with one hand. However, he was pushed back by the saber radiance of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. This Ao Feng is also from that place. Moling Dongchen thought. Seems like I have to take action now. At this moment, the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was worth his time. Seems like the real treasure is finally going to appear. Jiang Qin kept the bronze throne and instantly flew towards the weapon grave. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. The surrounding flame was getting stronger and stronger at this moment. Especially after Ao Feng touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, Jiang Qin felt that the heart fire in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone's face turned pale, but they did not say it out. Everyone knew how strong the heart fire was. From a certain point of view, it was the devil in one's heart. Almost no one could withstand the burning of the heart fire that was more terrifying than the illusion. Even you can't get close to it. Seems like this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is real. Goddess Luo said faintly. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to rush forward because everyone was enduring the burning of the heart fire. Only Jiang Qin was considered to be the most relaxed one. His flame could barely withstand the heart fire. However, the heart fire was obviously controlled by someone. Therefore, if one wanted to completely extinguish the heart fire, one must be stronger than the other party. Ao Feng was defeated, but he was even happier now. Because this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was definitely the heavenly divine tool that he yearned for. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is indeed terrifying. Jiang Qin could not help but exclaim. At this moment, he seemed to see this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade exploding like a huge flame, as if it was going to devour everything around it. Hold my hand, I'll help you to resist the burning of the heart fire. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Dragon Shursan. Dragon Shursan nodded heavily. The moment both of them shook hands, Dragon Shursan felt refreshed. At least compared to before, he felt much more comfortable. This feels so fucking good. Monkey thought to himself as he bared his fangs at Jiang Qin. I don't believe that I can't take down this heavenly divine tool. Ling Tianba was obviously a little excited. He was quite badly burned by the heart fire. If this continues, he might be seriously injured. That was why he was so anxious. Ling Tianba held the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade with both of his hands. However, his face instantly turned red. At this moment, the surrounding flames gushed out. The 12 flame figures that were hiding in the palace suddenly burst out. The weapon tomb instantly turned into a sea of fire, which swept across the entire refining god palace in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 2156. The intensity of the fire was terrifying and it swept across the heavens and earth. Even the weapon tomb was surrounded by the fire. The entire refining god palace had turned into a refining god. They were all being refined by the fire. How could this be? Is this the doing of the heavenly divine tool? Moling Dongqin said in a deep voice. It can't be. Could the heavenly divine tool control the fire of the refining god palace? Ling Tianba said. His facial expression had changed. Suddenly, he was no longer as crazy as before. He looked at the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade as if it was a devil. Look! Those figures are the death warriors who were reborn from the fire. Bing Chan cried out in surprise, and the 12 flaming figures came straight at her. The legendary Fire God Guards. Every Fire God Guard is refined from the body of a Divine King Realm expert. They possess the will of a Divine King Realm expert. These Fire God Guards are of the lowest rank. However, their strength has already reached the Middle Void God Realm. If I'm not mistaken, the soul flame of these Fire God Guards is getting weaker and weaker. Otherwise, we might all die here today. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her facial expression was extremely serious. Even though they were the strongest experts here, she and Ao Feng could not help but treat them cautiously. Yeah. These Fire God Guards had the strength of a Divine King Realm expert at their peak. Unfortunately, their hearts are changing with time. Thousands of years have passed. Not to mention them, even this refining god palace is going to be forgotten soon. These Fire God Guards were awakened by the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Ao Feng said in a low voice. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. These two people knew more than Moling Dongqin. Now, Jiang Qin even suspected that they were not from the immortal world, but from the divine world. Now, we are all being burned by the heart flame. In addition to this illusion, the heavenly fire prairie is like a tiger with wings. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, only death awaits us. Jiang Qin said. Boy, you do have some insights. But you better pray for yourself. These 12 Fire God Guards have reached the peak of the Middle Void God Realm. You guys better pray for yourselves. Ao Feng sneered. Although Jiang Qin was not weak, in his point of view, Jiang Qin was not a threat at all. It would not be difficult for these Fire God Guards to kill all of them. The more people who died, the higher the chance of them getting the real treasure. At least Ao Feng and Goddess Luo knew how powerful the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. That was why both of them were aiming for it. The other divine weapons were incomparable to it. You don't have to worry about it. It might be a miracle that you survived. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Ao Feng's expression became even uglier. How could he not be angry when this guy was walking around so casually? Even he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. However, Jiang Qin was calmer than anyone else. Be careful, monkey. These Fire God Guards are quite strong. Don't fight them head-on. Their soul flame is getting weaker and weaker. Just attack their heads. They are just a group of puppets. As long as their soul flame is not extinguished, they will never die. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to remind Long San. Alright, then let me go on a killing spree, Kaka. Long San was not afraid of anything. Even though his strength was not the strongest, he was not afraid of these fire god guards. The 12 fire god guards rushed towards Jiang Qin and the others. They were holding a flaming long blade and swung it in all directions. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo went against 2 fire god guards each. Bing Chan, Ling Tianba, and Long San did the same. Finally, there were 2 fire god guards left. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen went against 1 each. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen were considered as the weakest among them. So, no one doubted that they would fight against 1 fire god guard each. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were still fine. Ling Tianba and the other 2 became a little bit overwhelmed. Even Long San was in the same situation. The 2 peak middle void god fire god guards, their fighting strength and destructive power was imaginable. More importantly, they were being burned by the fire of heart. It was not easy for them to go all out and fight. Long San was sweeping away thousands of soldiers. He kept striking out the battle saint technique and barely managed to fight on par with the 2 fire god guards. Ling Tianba was forced to take a few steps back. The divine spear in his hand was not weak at all. But facing the attacks of the fire god guards, it was hard for him to fight back. For these fire god guards, the blazing flames were a qualitative enhancement and transformation. Jiang Chen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Although his sword might not be comparable to a divine tool, he was extremely proud of it. He could easily fight against a fire god guard. Every time he attacked, he would be able to find the fire god guard's fatal weakness. This made it hard for the fire god guard to get close to Jiang Qin. Instead, they were hindered by Jiang Qin. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin fought poison with poison. Under the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the fire god guard was instantly devoured. However, at this moment, the fire god guard did not show any weakness. Instead, it became even more powerful. Even Jiang Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have used the wrong method. Facing his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the fire god guard was not afraid at all. The fire god guard that was refined from the body of a divine king was indeed very mysterious and strange. His 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had become its nourishment. At this moment, the fire god guard's strength seemed to have recovered to the late void god realm. It can't be, right? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal did not cause any damage to the fire god guard. Instead, it boosted the fire god guard's strength. Everyone couldn't help but look at the fire god guard that Jiang Qin was fighting against had become the strongest among them. This brat is really courting death. Ao Feng said disdainfully. Little Chenzi. Long San was shocked. He was afraid that the fire god guard would severely injure Jiang Qin. Don't worry. It's basically impossible for the fire god guard to kill me. Jiang Chen looked at Long San and casted the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal again. This time, the fire god guard's strength had also reached the late void god realm after devouring Jiang Chen's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Courting death. Ling Tianba sneered and looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Jiang Qin was surprised. He never thought that his guess was right. These fire god guards were really terrifying. Moreover, his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had become a great help to them. It could even help them to break through. It was really terrifying and extraordinary. Break it. Jiang Chen swung his sword and instantly enveloped the fire god guard into the Zulong Tower. No one knew what was happening at this moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's strength had been improved perfectly. Moreover, he had a terrifying weapon in his hand, the divine burying flag. Chapter 2157. However, Jiang Chen also noticed that the fire god guard was extremely weak. Even his supreme flame could not help it break through to the late void god realm. Seems like it's not that easy to break through to the void god realm. Even so, this fire god guard should be able to fight against 5 at the same time. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He had one more terrifying trump card after taking the fire god guard as his own. Puff, the flame blade pierced through Ling Tianba's body. Ling Tianba was also in a difficult situation. If this continued, he might not have any chance to fight anymore. Bing Chan was also in a difficult situation. The current her did not have the same charm as before. She could not even take care of herself. Long San was also in a difficult situation. Fortunately, his battle saint technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, Jiang Chen had told him where the fire god guard's life gate was. Only Ao Feng and goddess Luo were evenly matched with the fire god guard. I must think of a way to deal with these guys. Ao Feng gritted his teeth. He was worried that goddess Luo would become his biggest hidden danger if he were to use his trump card now. Ha ha ha. This battle is really refreshing. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand. His expression was arrogant as the wind danced in the sky. His aura was unparalleled. Although he was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he gave people a feeling of disdain. That's, Ao Feng's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. Could it be the divine burying flag? Goddess Luo murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I think so. The divine burying flag is like the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It might even be more terrifying than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Is that the divine burying flag in your hand? Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen coldly and said. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Jiang Chen said faintly. Seems like it's true. Ao Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at the divine burying flag and wished he could take it for himself. Hand over the divine burying flag to me, and I will guarantee that you will enter the divine world and live a prosperous life. Ao Feng stared at the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand and said. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you what belongs to me? Jiang Chen was disdainful. There are some things that you don't deserve. Ao Feng said condescendingly. However, it was also difficult for him to deal with 2 fire god guards. It was already impossible for him to deal with Jiang Chen. Well said. It seems that in your eyes, you are high and mighty, while the rest of us are as lowly as ants. If my guess is correct, you should be from the divine world, right? Jiang Chen's words shocked everyone. But when they thought about it, it was indeed the case. Other than this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were the most affected because they were outstanding talents from the immortal world. However, when they faced the experts from the divine world, they were actually suppressed so miserably. You're very smart. It's good that you know. Give me the divine burying flag and there will definitely be a place for you in the immortal world. Ao Feng said patiently. Give me the divine burying flag and I will allow you to enter the god Luo clan. Goddess Luo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen. Her expression was still cold. She was like an ice mountain and she had always been disdainful, especially towards someone like Jiang Chen. However, she must not let Ao Feng get the divine burying flag. What a pity. No one can take away my things. Jiang Qin shrugged and said with a smile. He completely ignored Goddess Luo and Ao Feng. Brat, you dare to fool me. Ao Feng shouted in a deep voice. I'm not fooling you. You're the one who's too confident. Why should I listen to your command? Looks like we're at each other's throats. Then, I'll add some paint for you to have a taste. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. A 3,000 flames dragon seal shot out, directly hitting the two fire god guards who were fighting with Ao Feng. In an instant, the 3,000 flames dragon seal greatly increased the strength of the two fire god guards, completely suppressing Ao Feng. Moreover, it was a complete suppression, causing him to suffer injuries at every step. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ao Feng was so angry that he was about to explode. However, he could not do anything to Jiang Qin. You're crazy, bastard. I'm not crazy. Under the divine burying flag, the fire god guards have nowhere to hide. Jiang Qin raised his hand and waved the divine burying flag again. The fire god guards that Long San and the others were facing were all engulfed by the divine burying flag. Long San instantly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Moling Dongqin, Ling Tianba, and Bing Chan also felt the same. I only need a promise from you. Jiang Qin looked at Goddess Luo with his fiery eyes. I won't snatch the divine burying flag from you. Looking at Ao Feng, who was forced to a corner, Goddess Luo understood that the fire god guards were nothing to Jiang Qin. However, it was different for her. His strength was ordinary, but he could rely on the divine burying flag to control the fire god guards. One could imagine the power of the divine burying flag. Goddess Luo is indeed a smart person. Jiang Qin waved the divine burying flag and the wind whistled. He took away two fire god guards and disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Ao Feng was facing two fire god guards and he was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. Jiang Qin, you have guts. I won't fight with you for the divine burying flag anymore. At this moment, Ao Feng actually lowered his head towards Jiang Qin. This was something that he had never done before. Even in the divine world, he was also the leader of the younger generation. When had he ever been suppressed and ridiculed like this? Lowering your head now. Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, I must kill you. Killing intent surged in Jiang Chen's heart. This Ao Feng was so arrogant. More importantly, he did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. His strength was not ordinary. Leaving him alive would definitely be a huge hidden danger. Moreover, unlike Goddess Luo and the others, if Jiang Qin were to touch them, he would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. However, Jiang Qin was different. He was the only one who revealed his killing intent towards Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill him, no one would say a word. They were very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin using the divine burying flag, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Especially Ling Tianba. Although he was arrogant and unruly, at least he knew that his life was saved by Jiang Qin. Kill this little bastard, little Qinzi. Long San chuckled. There was a hint of violence in his feminine manner. He might lend a helping hand at any time. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to talk nonsense about killing me. Even with the divine burying flag, you're still an ant in my eyes. Ao Feng said in a deep voice. Since you're so stubborn, then you can't be blamed on me. After obtaining the divine burying flag, I can only kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not entering this place. Ao Feng declared Jiang Chen's death sentence straight away. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'd like to see how strong a guy from the divine world is. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.